Hello and welcome to the Now We Know show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Jack.
I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz.
And today we will be discussing the controversial topic, would you say?
Yeah.
Well, it has become that, I think.
Yes, over the last couple of years I'd say it's become...
Considering the research I've been doing into the subject, I think this one is delving into the controversial when originally we thought this would be a subject of just looking at a myth.
Yes. It's kind of it's become almost like one of those internet memes as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So the listeners are going to be wondering what we're talking about. So
yes.
What's the topic to this week?
Flat Earth.
Right, so this is the flat Earth. As I say...
Or we should say the theory of flat Earth.
The theory of flat Earth, I mean, again, originally I was coming from, when I was asked to look into this, I was looking at it from really a myth, not so much even as a theory. And it's transcended more to now being a conspiracy, really, rather than even that. So, so what we're going to do is we're going to be discussing the flat Earth theory and why it seems to have become a conspiracy. It's going to all play out as we discuss this, I'm sure. Come to maybe our conclusions at the end of this podcast.
Yes, it's also good to note that none of us here believe the flat Earth theory as such, but we're going to try and stay as open-minded as possible.
What we're trying to do is with all our Now We Know show podcast is to be as neutral as we can be. So you, the listener, can decide, hopefully at the end, from everything you've learnt, you can make your own educated decision on how you feel about a certain subject.
Yeah, how do you feel?
And of course, we're, pardon the pun, probably going to be scratching the surface of the flat Earth tonight because it is such a huge, I mean, it's far bigger than I imagined it would be.
Yeah, especially doing the research.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's even kind of like misinformation within the flat Earth community. It would seem that there's kind of
there's
disagreements.
There's flat Earth societies which are
counter flat Earth societies.
Counter flat Earth societies. They're tooth and claw at each other.
Who knows who to believe?
One flat Earth society is accusing the other ones of being in with the CIA and the Masons and all sorts.
I think the best thing to do is kind of make an informed decision by yourself.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but there is also a lot of science that would suggest that the Earth is a globe.
Well,
it's not exactly kind of up for debate as much as they would like to think it is.
Yes,
I think we've all done a bit of research, and we've not discussed it between each other, so we don't know what we've discovered along the lines. I've already nominated that I would try and defend flat Earth.
Yes, we need a kind of balance.
So I'm going to try and my best to defend flat Earth from the information that I've gleaned listening to people who are 100% convinced that the Earth is flat. So I'm going to try my best to do that. And to start off with, I think we all agree what we'd do is we'd ask the computer for its definition of what flat Earth is. So we're going to go over to the computer and ask that question. So computer, what is flat Earth?
In fact, the Earth is not flat. Ancient Greek philosophers and astronomers first proved this fact, and the circumnavigation of the Earth by explorers Ferdinand Magellan and Juan Sebastian Elcano, which lasted from 1519 to 1522, further demonstrated it. Isaac Newton later established that the Earth was an ellipsoid instead of a sphere.
Oh, and there we have it. So that's the computer's take on flat Earth.
The computer seemed quite
convinced
that it wasn't flat.
It's not flat.
That was almost her first
Seems
first
well
line.
Informed. Yeah. Seems well informed.
Her first line was, "The Earth isn't in fact flat."
Yes, which is going to make my defence of that probably a lot harder. So who's going to kick off?
Okay. Well,
are we kicking off a disc or are we kicking off a spherical object?
Well, I don't know, because there's a lot of questions, and it doesn't just involve the actual shape of the Earth, but it also involves
it's an ellipsoid now.
Well, things like the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Like, if the Earth is a disc, then is the moon a sphere?
How does that work?
Is it
Right, so let's have a look. From what I gather, the flat Earth. Let's just take it straight on the nose as far as the flat Earth societies and those individuals that I've listened to on both podcasts, YouTube. I've looked at documentaries as well. There was one called Beyond the Curve. I don't know if anybody else.
Oh yeah, that was good. I watched
watched
that.
that one.
I've heard of it, haven't seen it.
Yeah, and looked at these. So taking it from a flat Earth perspective, we're already done and dust. 100% the Earth is flat. It's
Okay.
a flat disc.
Right.
Again, there are variations on this, but most of the flat Earth believers, what's come to me in my research, is that flat Earth disc is surrounded by a 200-foot ice wall.
Okay.
Don't laugh.
Sorry, we're trying to stay very neutral.
We're trying to stay neutral, which contains the oceans and the
Right.
land mass. So you're not going to be going from, say, England and flying around a spherical object or a elliptoid or whatever you want to call it to Australia. You would literally be going in a straight line
Across a plane.
across a plane
So
to
this is
Australia.
kind of Game of Thronesy with this ice wall.
Yeah, so you got the ice wall, which I'm sure we're going to be dipping in and out of all this information, which is primarily what comes to me on this is that the ice wall can be found at the Antarctic. Obviously, if you're believing in the flat Earth as
Yes.
being a truth, then there isn't a North and South Pole as such. And what people that believe in the spherical Earth consider to be Antarctica is actually where you've gone to the edge of the disc. This is where you meet the ice wall.
Okay, 200-foot ice wall.
200 ice wall, and then the whole Earth, the flat Earth, is covered by a dome. For best
Ooh.
Okay.
best way to put it.
So we
The
have
way
our
the way
shape.
one person described it was, if you go into a planetarium and you sit there in your seat and you're looking at the stars and the constellations, and which obviously are made up of stars, and the planets, etc., and you walk outside.
Mhm.
Outside is just a bigger planetarium, to try and put it into a simple term.
Right. Okay.
So is this like a solid dome? Are we under a giant?
Okay, so this is the issue, because from everything that I've tried to discover about flat Earth, it seems to be that because we're going to obviously talk about space travel and etc. But flat earthers believe that you cannot go more than 62 miles. I think it was 62, not 65, but 62 miles up into the atmosphere. Then you hit an invisible barrier. It's impossible to go higher than that.
Right.
But the dome itself, this ether or whatever, and they use different terms to describe this dome, is thousands upon thousands of miles high.
Okay.
But you can't get that high because there's this invisible barrier that if you go up
Yeah.
65 miles or 62 miles or whatever it was they've calculated, then you just hit this barrier.
Yeah. So of course, I have a few questions.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
we've learned
Oh,
about.
so-
I think we all have a
So
few questions.
I'm
about
here.
this.
I'm the defence here
Yes.
as best as I can.
One thought that comes to mind: if we're in, I would assume, a sealed dome, what is oxygen? What are we breathing? Surely we should be running out of
Well,
oxygen if we're kind of in
it's
like
a very good question.
hamster
Interesting. I
ball.
didn't think of that one.
It's a very good question. I think we should go fundamentally to, this is why the flat Earth, for me, from my research, has gone from being the theory or myth of flat Earth to being the conspiracy of flat Earth, because we have to ask ourselves, before answering that question, why do people believe 100% the Earth is flat and not a sphere? And that is that the sphere idea is a complete lie, in order that those, or they always refer to them as them, or they,
And who are they?
they control everybody.
Mm.
And one of the biggest things that they use to control your mind is this whole concept of growing up and being taught that we live on a sphere, which is impossible.
But why?
Because once you believe that, then you believe all the other lies you're told. But once you set your mind free and you understand the concept of the flat Earth, and that you realise the flat Earth is the truth,
This sounds like this is the be-all and end-all of everything.
then it frees your mind and you realise all the things that we're being lied to.
Yes.
about. So when it comes to those kind of things like where does oxygen come from? Well, obviously you get photosynthesis from plants, and plants taking carbon dioxide, release oxygen, and that is just a circular thing that's occurring all the time. When it gets to certain areas of research into flat Earth, the answer that keeps coming back to me, and this is, I've got to be serious, this is the answer, the only answer I can give to you, is because it's such a big conspiracy, the spherical Earth, that people have not been allowed to research flat Earth. And so questions like that can't actually be fully answered at this moment because more research needs to go into it.
That's convenient.
Yeah.
But that's because they won't allow it to
Right.
be looked at. They try and stop people at every corner.
The great
See?
they.
Go back
Who
to
are
the-
they?
going-
That's what I want to know. Are they
Well,
aliens?
you say that, but they seem to be, again, looking at the research from the flat Earth perspective, repeatedly it comes up that the Masons, the Masonic lodges, are all great
The Masons? What are they?
demons or
Demons?
satanic cults
Cultists.
that control everybody.
Kind of, so there's a kind of supernatural element to this.
This is why it went from being just researching into a theory as becoming a total conspiracy because it becomes a layer upon layer of conspiracy, with the biggest lie being that we're on a spherical planet. So, and to emphasize this, we don't know. If you say, well, has anybody travelled to the ice wall, for example, at the South Pole? To answer that question would be people aren't allowed to go to the South Pole.
Yeah.
All the government, or they who are in charge, won't let anybody go to the South Pole
Right.
under the auspice that they're trying to keep it protected and not polluted by... Only a few people get permission to go there, because if you went there, then you discover the truth, that it's not a continent, but that you have reached the ice wall, the edge of the disc.
What is beyond this ice wall?
Again,
Or on the dome?
Yeah.
again,
We're in the dome, but we
We're
don't
in
know
the
what's
dome.
outside the dome.
again, this seems to be very much a kind of almost starts going to a spiritual belief as to explaining the different energies and things that are given off from the ether, from the dome itself. And when it comes to, again, beyond the ice wall, only today did I discover another outlook from flat earthers that actually that ice wall, there are continents beyond Antarctica, that Antarctica is the edge of our flat earth and the continents we know, the countries we know. But beyond that, there are countries we have not seen yet.
I saw this. I saw a map that was obviously flat, and the ice wall, as you were saying, had like a gap in it, and then the water kind of went through the gap, and there was other land around it.
That's right. So there's these
with another ice wall,
there are other continents out there,
which I thought was
that are
crazy,
far in advance of our civilization, that they don't want us to know about because they want to use those resources for themselves.
So are you saying that they are there?
Well, those
Or are they
the peoples,
inside the dome with
peoples
us?
that
They're certainly
live
trying to keep something secret.
the peoples that live on those continents, and they did mention some names.
So they
of
are
them,
inhabited,
but,
then, supposedly.
supposedly, and if they visit our part of the flat Earth, then they're kind of, rather than calling extraterrestrials, which are impossible because as far as flat Earthers are concerned, you just cannot travel across interstellar space that doesn't exist outside the dome. So you get visited by inner terrestrials from these other continents.
Right. Okay.
I
I was about to say that makes sense, but it doesn't.
It's an
but
intriguing
you know what I mean?
concept.
Do you think
But anyway, there
On
must
a-
be hundreds of questions you want to ask, so it's gone.
on a which I would try not to generalize too much because to my knowledge we don't know anyone that is a flat earther,
Okay.
but I'd like to know more of the kind of social side of things. Do you think being a flat earther or kind of being in that group, do you think gives people a social side of
Definitely.
like a kind of,
Definitely. I think there are
do you know what I mean?
there are lots of different psychological aspects to the human psyche, and people, or you get as over the pandemic, you can't help but notice, the people throw around buzzwords like sheeple, if you follow it, or if you go and have your vaccinations and you follow the rules, you're one of the sheep, etc., etc. And you get all these kind of things, and your conspiracy theorists are going, you're being injected, and you're going to have tracking devices, and whatever your thoughts on the coronavirus, the pandemic are, that's not what we're discussing today. But the same psychological approach, I think, happens in certain individuals have a certain way their minds work when it comes to a belief philosophy.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
And so once you find something that maybe welcomes you in, you're either going to be one of the leaders in that. You see that you've got a certain control. Maybe you don't even see it as a control, as a negative control, but you've got a position where you are a leader within a group, and other people are more than happy to follow you in that group because they need something to believe in.
Yes.
So you've got that belief mentality.
So are they not giving in to the very thing they're denying?
In what sense?
Like for the fact that conspiracies, they're saying that everything is a conspiracy. Are they not themselves
Feeding that by making up a conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, really, I suppose, because when you've got that belief mentality, depending on what it is, whether it's religion or, as we're talking about here, flat Earth, which again is many-layered, because it would strike me that most people that believe in flat Earth also have a lot to say on loads of other conspiracy theories. That once it's in there, you have to question whether some people that are in charge, that have got the main podcasts or YouTube channels to listen to, or they're going off and doing the rallies and the seminars, and they're selling merchandise, etc. They make a living out of it.
Yeah, it's
And
almost like they're tricking people.
Well, they probably don't see that they are. From the perspective of somebody that believes or accepts the science of a spherical planet, then you're going to come from the perspective of these people are
Teachers.
snake. Well, no, you're looking at the flat earthers. You're going to say these are snake oil sellers. These are people that are just making money off of other people that are more gullible,
Kind of exploiting them.
exploiting them.
Yeah. Exploitation.
But then those people that truly believe and follow aren't seeing themselves as being exploited or being sheeple or anything.
Because they're buying into it.
Yeah, they're buying into it, but they'd say exactly the same as somebody who is into a spherical Earth. You know, you're being lied to. You've accepted this hook, line, and sinker, and you are believing the biggest lie that there is, and you're being controlled. And we're free.
Yeah.
We freed our minds.
It almost gives them kind of how would you phrase it? Kind of a moral high ground. In not necessarily moral, but you know what I mean, like a kind of better than someone else because they know the truth, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you're going to get that. You're going to get that in many aspects. You know, whatever you believe in, whatever you follow. Maybe even down to like your football teams. If my football team is better than your football team, or my martial arts better than your martial art, you're going to get into. You get hooked into
Tribalism.
Yeah. And the thing is, people relish their defiance in the face of logic.
Yes.
So when it comes to something like flat Earth, they will grab hold of the smallest piece of evidence that they feel is backing them up. And push that to prove a point and ignore every other thing that is telling them that it is, that what is correct. So I think maybe what we need to go for a moment is to go right back and say, well, where does this come from? Where does the flat Earth...
I would like to know the history of... Because obviously we're aware that probably before any GPS systems or anything like this, before we had the technology to prove that we were on a globe.
So I'm interested, what did you guys find in your research?
Was probably a point where everyone thought the Earth was flat because we didn't have any other means to say that it was a globe. So when did we go from one case of affairs to the other case of affairs?
Wasn't it to do with the Greeks?
Well, if you're talking Western culture, then that would be one avenue. But we have to look on a worldwide, whether that be flat or spherical aspect. And you say, if you've got Western cultures feeling that the Mediterranean, Rome, Greece, everywhere where Egypt and outwards is kind of the centre of when these empires have been at their heights and then crashed, etc. That's where your ideas are developing. But mustn't forget that opposite side of the world, you've got continents like Australia, where the Aborigines have been basically untouched till Western ships managed to reach Australia. Up until that time, they would have had their own theories of their gods, their spirits, and the world they lived in. And the same with South America before the Spanish got there, and so on and so forth. So all cultures are going to, over the thousands of years, will have developed their understanding of the world around them. And without science, as we see science today, those societies would probably just much like today, some people are more than happy to get up in the morning, do their job, do whatever amuses them, go back and do the job again, and repeat that for the rest of their life, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And don't look further than that. But some people say, oh, what is over the horizon? What is past that next mountain? Yeah, I want to explore. I want to understand where I am in this life.
It's seemingly infinite.
I don't know where I am. I walk to the edge of the land that I'm on, and I hit sea.
Yeah. What's beyond the...
I walk to maybe the opposite side, and there's sea.
Do you think...
What's beyond that? And so people have got to start, I would have thought, right back, from the beginnings of mankind. And let me get this right, actually, from the perspective, again, we're talking, or I was just talking from the perspective of humans evolving. But there's a lot of people out there that don't see us as creatures that have evolved. They see the planet only being 6,000 years old. We came from Adam and Eve, or many other cultures with their own religions.
So no dinosaurs.
Well, I've met non-religious people who won't accept dinosaurs.
It could be dragons.
That's a whole. I'm sure the dinosaurs do come. I'm sure that comes into the flat Earth. But funnily enough, I've not come across anything. Has anybody come across that in their research for flat Earth?
No.
Dinosaurs? No. So people, we mustn't forget that when we're talking about this particular subject, that some people are coming from it, not from us, from where their minds are thinking human beings have developed theories and ideas over thousands of years, but actually not only not developed the ideas themselves, but through religious scriptures have been told that the earth is flat.
And therefore
It's
it must
flat.
be true.
Exactly. And that is definitely where you have belief mentality kicking in, because if you are suddenly told, you've been brought up, you believe a certain religious doctrine,
Yeah.
So if you believe in, for example, let's take the Bible, and where it says in the Bible the earth is flat, blah, 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 you will then suddenly, when somebody turns around and says, well, no, it's not flat, then you suddenly have this kind
contradiction.
of this conflict, which says, hang on a minute, all my life I've believed in the word of God as being truth.
I have been told this.
Now
yes.
I'm being told that part of that, a very big part of that,
Is wrong.
That throws into doubt the rest of my belief, if that can be wrong.
Their entire life.
Yes. So then they reject that immediately and say, no way. No way, guys. That is wrong.
I am fine. I
fine.
have my homeostasis.
Yes, I know the earth is flat. I've been told through.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. Whatever you tell me is lies, because that's Satan. That's back to those.
You're hired by the government.
It's back to them again. It's the
The big
CIA
them.
or whoever. Yeah.
There's always this kind of thing about how it's come up recently with Australia. There's another kind of conspiracy theory that Australia doesn't exist because.
Oh yes, no, I did see that. Yeah, carry on.
My point is that a lot of the
It's
time,
actors, isn't it?
a lot of the time people think
What,
that.
people are hired?
Yeah. That's what you're talking about, isn't it, Jack?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that Australia doesn't exist, and they're all actors.
Where?
Carry on, Jack.
Are they beyond the wall?
A lot of the time, because we can't see it,
Yep.
therefore it doesn't exist. Do you think there's kind of a reliance on information now that we kind of we're kind of expected to believe this stuff? I'm going from like, I want you to convince me that the Earth is flat.
Well,
Right.
Do you think
Okay.
people get sucked in that way when they think like,
there's
because
quite a lot of
I've not been
misinformation out there,
because
isn't
I've
there?
not been high enough and I haven't seen the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
All I've seen is pictures. So
The-
these
the-
pictures could be CGI.
yeah,
They
well,
could be
that's exactly
altered.
or a cartoon.
defending the flat Earth theory from the perspective of the flat earthers. That's exactly what I would be saying to you right now. If you say to me, "Well, I've seen pictures from space, or even from high altitude craft which show the curvature of the Earth," the answers that I have come to glean from the flat Earth is that either they're using fisheye lenses, which if you look at something that's flat, but you look through a fisheye lens, it gives it the impression of curvature. But you can't go, as I say, into space
Right.
because you can't get that high. You hit this invisible barrier.
So
All that is lies. All that is
so rockets.
false. Rockets, all the Bezos going up with Blue Origin, and Elon Musk with his Starlink satellites. That's all CGI.
But why
It's
would
all-
they fake that?
Because they are probably all in league with the Satanic Masons, or whomever they are.
What are Masons?
Well, it's a society which we haven't actually looked into that, but the Masons, there's many different societies around, and generally because they stem from the 1800s. I don't know if they go back further than that. Probably. I mean, people talk about
It's
the
a secret
Illuminati.
So is
We
it a
don't-
terminology for this?
People
big
like
they?
the term secret society. Maybe we should do a podcast.
If you'd like to hear an episode on secret societies,
Secret societies. Yeah.
The Illuminati. There you go.
The Illuminati, yeah. So even in this initial episode, we're touching so much. So people call it a secret society because when you can't go through the door, what's happening behind that door is obviously secret. And a lot of these things would have been or are the members are high society, rich people. The idea of the Masons, and I'm not a Mason, so I don't know exactly what happens behind closed doors. I have done work at a Masonic lodge before. I've met Masons at the lodge, and they all seem perfectly nice people, and they seem to be very much in that what they do as Masons is they help raise money and do things for societies and things, but without wanting themselves to get any praise for it. That's what they do. They have their Masonic lodge. What happens behind closed doors in that lodge is, I don't know. I dare say a lot of, I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of goes on probably.
So,
But the impression I got from when I was talking to some Masons at a Masonic lodge was that their whole outlook is they like to help the needy, but without having any praise back to them. They do it without.
so they are actually a thing then?
Yeah, the Masons are, yeah, definitely.
Huh, I did not know that. I thought it was just this kind of way of describing these supposed people that
No,
are in charge of
There,
everything.
there are lots of different types of lodges and things, but the Masons are probably the most well known.
if we, bring this back to
Yeah, bring it back to the flat
Flat
Earth.
Earth. We've got a secret society episode in the making already.
Yeah.
My question from earlier about how, for example, I've never been to the International Space Station.
Yeah.
Probably likely never will.
Yep.
Why should I believe that is actually a thing that's going around the Earth at this point?
Okay, well, this is where I'm kind of like flip-flopping from one. I'm trying to defend flat
Yeah.
Earth, but I'm also, since I was a child, been an amateur astronomer. So I've spent, I'm in my late 50s now, so I've spent years and years looking through telescopes, looking at planets, far distant galaxies and nebula gas clouds and all sorts. And as far as the flat earthers are concerned, they're just shimmering lights on the inside
So
of
the
dome.
moon, the sun,
The moon and the sun are the same size,
right?
and they rotate within the dome. They move around the
So
dome.
surely you'd see
So-
both at the same time.
Well, you've got to think. No, it's difficult to conceive. You've got to try and take it that if the sun is over Australia,
Which doesn't exist.
that beaming down on Australia, and then the moon's over the opposite side of the flat Earth.
Right.
So You're not seeing the sun. It's like a
So-
torch beaming down.
So it kind of rotates around the dome.
Yes, they both rotate around the dome.
How do I see a sunset?
And how does it rise?
Why do I see the sun fall past the horizon
Good question.
of an evening?
Good question. And from the flat Earth's
I'd
perspective,
love to hear your answer, Buzz.
from the flat Earth perspective, is we need to do more research into that.
Right. So everything you're met with, every question is met with a.
Unfortunately, it's either we don't know, it needs more research, or it's CGI and it's falsified.
Yeah.
Flipping to the opposite side of somebody who knows that the Earth is a sphere or spherical object in space. I've looked and observed many planets over the years. I mean, there's not many. There's only sort of 8, 9 if you include Pluto, which has been sort of, yes, it's a planet, no, it's a planet. But if you look at some of the large gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, even looking at Mars, which is the closest to us, you can see the moons, and you can see the moons as day by day changing their positions, and those planets themselves rotate on their axis, so you can see on the axis, so you can see them turning. To pass them off as just shimmering lights on the inside of a dome, I find it very hard to defend that. Also, if you could step yourself away from the Earth into interstellar space or into our solar system, you would look at therefore spherical planets and one flat plate of a Earth. Which,
So we're led to believe that other planets are globes, but
No.
our planet is a.
No, that's the thing. From the flat Earth's perspective, they are just shimmering lights on the inside of this.
On the inside of the dome.
Ethereal dome that's thousands
I want to
of
know
miles up.
what's on the outside of the
It's,
dome.
it's one of the other things is
Other
you
domes.
mentioned
Bigger domes.
earlier about stars, and I mentioned about constellations. From the flat Earth's perspective, I think it's very difficult for them to comprehend the vastness of space, the vastness, even though on the grand scale of things the planet Earth isn't huge, but as a human being, or if you were an ant, it would be even more vast than as it is as
It's
as
almost
human beings.
incomprehensibly huge.
Yeah.
But I think it's very difficult for some people to comprehend that kind of vastness,
And almost insignificance
but also
in the universe.
that was one that came up, and they said, I refuse to accept that I'm that insignificant, therefore it can't be true. We must
That
be.
goes a lot deeper into that individual psychology, though, isn't it?
They don't want to be a
They
tiny
want to
bit
be-
of dust on a piece of dust. So the size of everything becomes so difficult to comprehend, but also time. Because one of the questions that was thrown up a lot was, I look at the sky and I see constellations, but if the Earth was moving all the time, then those constellations, we wouldn't keep seeing the same constellations. They would keep moving all the time. They'd be all over the place. And it's like the velocity of the planet circling the sun. Well, we're sitting here now.
Why don't we feel it?
Why don't we feel that movement? See, we're not actually moving.
But-
Flat Earth doesn't move. It's just stationary. And there's no gravity. Gravity is the other big lie.
Okay.
So, gravity is the other big
Can I
lie.
have something to drop?
No.
But a flat earther would take that information that you just said about how there is no gravity, there is gravity, but it's all to do with how heavy an object is.
Yeah.
I think is what I.
Yeah.
But they would take that as unexplainable because they cannot, as we said earlier, comprehend that would be the science that explains it.
The explanation I've
So
had
they kind of make up their own.
for gravity is that gravity is just a made up concept.
Yes.
That the reason things, and again I'm kind of quoting what the research I've done, the reason things, as you just mentioned, fall downwards is because different things have different weights, and weight means that they drop to the floor.
Now,
And what forces them to the floor is not gravity, but it's the suction and the energy from the dome pressing in, which keeps us all.
So we're in almost like a giant plunger.
Yeah, I was imagining a plunger, but surely you'd go up in that case.
We wouldn't.
float.
Yeah, we'd go to the top of the dome, wouldn't we?
Yeah, not down.
That's how suction works. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
who knows
we're
what's-
being pulled by that energy.
That's our belief of suction anyway.
Yeah, well, there's this
But when we'd be
I don't
all
quite know exactly
pulled towards
how
the
it.
pole,
I don't
we'll
know
get
how.
pulled towards the centre of the flat Earth.
Well, I don't exactly know how they work this one out, but the idea is that gravity isn't a thing. It's the energy from the celestial dome that presses and pushes everything towards the surface of the flat Earth. And that, well, one of the other things that the sun, for example, the sun generates electricity. So sunlight produces electricity, and the whole planet works from magnetism, and part of that magnetism is part of the energy that keeps us on the planet. Not quite sure how that works. And one flat earther was describing how solar panels, nobody knows how they work. That actually they don't produce electricity. All they do is they capture the
They absorb it.
electricity.
It's magic.
They capture the electricity that's being sent out from the sun. The sun is like this big electric generator that beams out.
The giant plug socket.
Well, I think they were saying that the sun and the moon being the same size, and they're only something like 15 kilometres
I did see that. Yeah,
Across
I think they said
something.
17 miles or something.
across.
Yeah, it was something
Yeah.
something like that.
And,
But what I find, obviously, we're not going to be able to answer every question that we have because we don't have anyone here that is actually a flat
well, no, I'm
earther.
hoping that the people listening to this, after they listen to this, will put in the comments things that we can feed back
Yes.
on.
But what I find most interesting is the psychological side of things. How to us it's kind of incomprehensible that you'd believe that the Earth is flat, but there is obviously some kind of social or psychological thing that people want to feel like they have, like we said earlier, a moral high ground,
Yes,
as it were.
or ultimate understanding of
Yes,
our place
and
in
I
the
think that
universe.
does link into the idea that you don't want to feel insignificant because we are so tiny.
everyone wants to feel special.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I think for me,
I just find that side. I just
Right,
find the
so
psychological side
if I
really
take
interesting.
if I take my flat Earth hat off and put my spherical,
Oh my god, it's
globe-
a flat hat.
yeah, my flat. I take my flat hat off and
A
put
flat
my
cap if it were.
put my dome hat on.
You're wearing a globe on your head.
You should see him right now.
It suits me. It's good, isn't it? You know, Australia isn't there. I hope you noticed.
No, it's been scrubbed out with marker pen for some reason.
It does not exist. That thing that Zach said about being insignificant, actually, I find that it makes you even more significant
Yeah.
because you're such a finite thing that
It makes
that
you
has-
cherish the life
cherish
you
the
have.
life you've been given
Yeah. I think
more than
it's-
feeling overwhelmed by the vastness of everything trying to make you feel insignificant. It makes me feel even more
Yeah.
that each and every one of us is just so uniquely special.
We're all aware of Brian Cox. the
Oh yes, yeah,
scientist.
Professor Brian Cox.
I really like his philosophy on the fact that the chances of us being here is just almost incomprehensible. We're here for a split second
Such a minute chance.
in the
Yeah.
vastness of almost
Time, yes.
infinite time. So instead of questioning all of this stuff, this is probably a good way to finish the episode actually. Instead of questioning all these things and trying to figure out if we're on a flat plane, if we're on a globe, we just appreciate the time that we have here for the small time that we're here. Nothing's guaranteed. We're here for a split second. We are a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just make the most of...
Why are we not happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah, but, well,
Be happy with what we have now instead of
Hmm.
kind of questioning everything.
that's because we're in the Matrix.
Oh, that's a different episode.
No. Well,
To
yeah,
be
again,
continued.
to be continued. But again, with the flat Earth, that is one of those things they like to refer to as the Matrix movie. That you're
Oh.
being lied to, and it's only when you break free of that you see that.
The Wachowskis knew too
Yeah.
much. Keanu Reeves
Yeah.
will save us all.
I do want to fly back to where it all stems from, though, briefly, and that is, like you say, people accepting, trying to explain the world that they exist within, and of
Yes.
course, as cartography began at some point, where people start to draw rudimentary maps and things,
Figure out distances. And
distances, but you're going to expand that map outwards, and of
Mm.
course, a map is on a flat piece of parchment.
It's a rectangle.
And so people assume that.
Rectangular.
Rectangle Earth theory. We started now.
So people are assuming, obviously, what you're living on is this flat plane anyway.
yeah.
So you can see how
Such a misconception could kind of.
can develop that,
Yeah.
that you're living on a flat, and you're drawing a circle with what you know as far as continents and islands are concerned within that circle, and beyond that is sea and, dragons live here. What is it?
Here be dragons.
Here be dragons. Here be
Or
sea monsters.
Sea monsters, yeah.
That's it. So, people...
Beyond what is known.
Exactly. You'll go off the edge. But that's understandable. That's perfectly understandable.
You can, from a historical perspective, you can kind of understand why people would think.
But you have the historical, and then you have the religious belief, and it all gets mixed up. And it is very difficult to understand in the 21st century why it seems to have suddenly become exploded.
Especially with kind of like the lack of communication and information they would have had back then. For example, if you send a ship off into the distance and it disappears over the horizon,
Why can't you see it?
your first thought is, that's just fallen off the edge of the air. There must be a drop there that we've not...
That's interesting. I was listening to a podcast where one gentleman was saying that's one way of proving the Earth is flat, because the horizon, the word horizon means horizontal, and that sea level, the sea's level, that water can't be...
It's not a slight deformation.
It can't be a sea dome.
It doesn't work like a level for a shelf.
You'll like this. If you watch that ship travel off to the horizon and disappear, you think it's gone over the horizon, therefore there must be a curvature to the planet.
Right.
But if you get yourself a telescope, you'll see it again. And if it disappears, you get an even more powerful telescope, you'll see it again. And actually, it never goes off the edge. It's just you can't see that far.
So you're saying if I had a telescope...
That's
if I stood on top of my house
Yep.
and I had a telescope that was powerful enough, I could see, for instance, the Eiffel Tower.
The pyramids of Giza.
Pyramids of Giza.
Eiffel Tower.
Theoretically, yes, but
I don't think I'd be able to.
that's the theory of flat Earth.
But I don't have the telescope.
Does France exist?
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were talking. Yeah, and there was other people saying that a proof that the Earth must be flat is that if you use a radio and you send a signal out, that signal goes out like in all directions, and you pick that signal up. But if you are able to pick a signal up, again, I've just used the term Australia. You picked a signal up from the UK in Australia, that if it was going out in all directions off a globe, it wouldn't get to Australia. It just, it would go out. If Australia is the opposite side of the planet, it'll never reach it. So therefore, it must be flat because it travels in a straight line and gets to Australia straight.
But that's not how that works.
I know.
I hate to burst your bubble that's also flat.
I've got my flat hat on at the moment. I've got my flat hat.
Oh, the globe's gone.
Now, talking about experiments.
Yep.
Now, wasn't there a laser experiment that kind of
I heard about this, yeah.
was used to kind of try and prove flat Earth?
There was one that was featured in the documentary called Beyond the Curve. And the team of flat earthers in that documentary had set up a series of boards over a set few miles, hole in the board, beamed a laser through the hole. It should meet the next one and go through the hole, and should meet the next one and go through the hole, and meet the next one and go through the hole.
Because a laser is dead straight, and it will always be dead straight.
And these were all set up equal distant from each other. And the further it went away, it kept missing the hole and ended up being higher on the board. They had to keep lifting the boards up.
So they proved themselves wrong.
They did prove themselves wrong.
Oh, that's all.
Which was unfortunate, but there you go.
That was at the end of the documentary, wasn't it?
So, flat Earth. It's a huge subject.
One that we could probably talk about for another however many hours.
We've kind of scratched
I
the
have
surface
many
on the pun.
Yes.
On the bun. Well, that's it, because it follows into hollow Earth theory is part of the flat Earth theory.
Are the moon landings fake?
Kind of flat object.
Well, yeah.
hollow.
But again, I'm sure there's people that are listening that are saying exactly the same things as Zach, about the moon landings, etc. That they've all been faked.
Satellites. Have we talked about satellites?
I was about to ask, in terms of like your phone signal and everything, that all comes from satellites. So can we send satellites beyond the dome, or was everything?
No, I don't think.
Or
Please,
they
if you're
not exist?
if you're a flat earther, please put in the comments about satellites. I understood
I would love
that.
to hear from
I
some flat earthers.
understood that satellites again are a lie, because you don't need them, because being flat, anything that you beam out just goes out in all directions.
Right.
So you don't need to beam up to a satellite to beam down to get around the curvature of the
Beam me
planet.
up,
you
Scotty.
see.
What's underneath the plane? What's on the other side of the disc?
Nobody knows.
I'm sure in
You see,
some kind of
There is
mythology.
the flat Earth. There's the flat Earth with the hollow Earth also, and there is the layered Earth, which is
So there's
something
multiple
slightly-
levels.
Like an ice cream
multiple
cone.
levels,
Yeah.
as well as having,
Cone Earth.
as well as, well, that's the thing. You might laugh, but it does strike me as being unusual that you would argue between being a flat disc or a globe. You may as well be saying, it's a dodecahedron or something like that.
Yeah.
If you're gonna, but
But technically, it's not even a sphere as such, is it?
well, no,
if you look at
It's
the Earth,
imperfect.
if you look at
An
there's a
imperfect
pic-
sphere.
there's a good picture of the Earth without water on that someone's done a 3D model of the
It's a
Earth.
lumpy rock.
It is very much. It's almost like an egg shape.
But if, for example, we've got water, we don't need to do this experiment in the sound booth at the moment because we'll get wet. But if you if you get your water bottle,
It's not that sort of podcast.
and you know it's not that sort of podcast. If you just drip some water out of your bottle, it does that drip. What does it immediately do?
Hit the ground.
No. But what shape does it take?
Oh,
It's a droplet.
It immediately goes from being a droplet as it breaks off of the surface tension of the water it's coming from, and immediately becomes
Sphere.
a perfect
forms a
sphere.
yeah.
Aerodynamic.
No, not so much aerodynamic. that is surface tension and gravity working on it. It
And
becomes
It's
a
almost
sphere.
creating I don't know. Does that sound silly? It's almost creating a very tiny Earth. If that makes sense. Not obviously, it's not a planet. It's a piece
No,
of
it's a
water.
piece of water.
We're doing science.
But in
here.
terms of gravity, it's making a sphere,
That's
which is
right. And that's obviously the water tension as well. But it doesn't go to any other shape. It goes to the
And it will
close to that-
always go to
Yeah.
to
that,
that shape.
yeah.
And it doesn't matter what water you use, or
Any liquid.
liquid should do the same.
And particles around as well.
So we're
We're going to get deep science now.
we're
Roll back the
we're,
GCSE site.
we're a flat Earth in a universe of spheres.
Yeah. I genuinely find the psychology very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you believe something but you can't prove it,
Yeah.
you can argue it one way or the other.
Mm.
But if you said to me the pyramids of Giza don't exist,
Yeah.
although I have never
Yeah.
seen them physically, I know I could get on a plane, fly to
Yeah.
Egypt, and physically see them. I would like to think that if I had enough money to be able to get on a space rocket and go up
Yeah.
to the International Space Station, then I could say, I'm looking down on the planet Earth.
It's a giant globe.
It's
Now,
a giant
what would
globe.
happen?
But if you took a flat...
Yeah,
where
that's
you
what I was about to say.
go.
So if you put a flat earther on a rocket and
Exact
sent
same rocket.
exact same rocket and sent them up to the International Space Station, how would they react?
They would probably, I would assume, please put in the comments if you in this one, I would assume they'd say that the moment they got onto that rocket, they had been hypnotized, given drugs or whatever,
Put in a simulation. Or
put in a simulation, it's CGI, it's not real.
Right.
But then that kind of, to me, that argument of it's all CGI or they don't want you to know,
don't want you to know.
is almost a definitive answer to any theory, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Because you could ask me anything, I could say, well, they don't want you to know.
Well, that's it.
And that's it. There's no
It's a flat out
think
denying.
there's no
something.
discussion there.
No,
it's
I
it's
think-
almost putting an end to
But it's kind
I'm
of...
right, you're wrong.
exactly. Yeah.
I think it's an interesting thing that I've discovered personally, or it feels this way to me, that when you have a conspiracy theory, you immediately, like with flat Earth, and I never really wanted to call it conspiracy theory because I just came into it just being a myth, yeah. But the people who believe in it 100% seem to, that's the truth. Now we need to find out what evidence we can prove that that's the truth.
And they latch onto
Instead of saying, we believe that's the truth, and now we need to take the scientific steps towards that
that and prove
to prove it before we believe it.
it's jumping the
It's
gun
believing it first, 100%.
and only
Like
accepting
with
the
most
things
conspiracy
that prove it.
theories, people who believe in a conspiracy theory will believe that conspiracy theory 100%,
Yeah.
and then look for things to prove them right.
Do the research after.
Rather than doing it the opposite way, we're saying, I would assume that's the answer, but I
Let's
need
see.
to do the research to get there to prove it first. And until it's proven, I can't fully believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
almost thinking backwards almost.
thinking backwards. So again, right from the beginning of this podcast, guys, I said I was going to defend Flat Earth. I've tried my best.
You've definitely answered.
Tried my best.
Tried,
I've tried my best. I find it very difficult. I got to be honest. Personal. No.
I'm not convinced.
Not convinced in the slightest. That you cannot. No, the Flat Earth theory.
However, I would be really interested to hear if anyone out there is listening to this and they do believe that the Earth is flat. I would love to hear their opinion
And what they think.
and maybe give us some answers to some of the questions in this podcast that we haven't quite got to the bottom of.
If we've misinterpreted their belief,
Yes.
come to us, because we're not here to point fingers at anybody.
We've stayed neutral the whole time.
We've tried to stay neutral.
Yeah.
We're not laughing at anybody. We're not trying to run anybody down. We're just opening it up. For the listeners, the whole concept of the Now We Know show is I'm sure
learn.
people have listened to this podcast and already learnt things that they otherwise didn't know about the theory of flat Earth.
Yes.
And that's what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, it opens up a conversation. That's what we want to
Exactly. Who knows? Maybe we'll get somebody who's willing to come into the studio and tell us more about flat Earth.
Well, I've certainly learned stuff in
do.
this
Yeah,
episode.
definitely. Yeah.
Or maybe get somebody to come in and give us the definitive answer of why.
Brian
the Earth
Cox,
is
if you're-
Brian Cox, yeah,
if you're
Professor Brian Cox. If you're listening.
Clocks.
No, not Brian. No, Brian Cox is the guy who deals with time.
Or Brian Clogs, who wears wooden shoes.
Now, Professor Brian Cox, if you're listening, or if you come across this, or you're told about this, please feel free to drop in and explain to everybody why.
That would be a dream podcast. That
That would be a dream podcast.
I'm not sure we'd fit.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have the budget for that.
Yeah, we don't have the budget, but there you go. Maybe he'll do it for free.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Head toes. Right, I think on that we'll probably call it a day on the
I've certainly learned stuff.
flat Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot.
I dare say there's loads more questions we can ask on this subject, but for now,
Yes.
There we go.
that's the flat Earth theory for you.
As described as best as we possibly can.
Possibly can. Defended as best as possibly I can.
Yes. Thank you, Buzz. That was very informative.
That's right, Jack.
And me.
And you, Zach. Right, so thank you for listening to the Now We Know show. If you have any suggestions on further subjects we can cover, please put them in the comments.
All things, activities we can do.
Yeah,
Yes.
activities.
We're open to pretty much anything.
Pretty much. There is a line.
There is a line.
There is a line. Yeah, we don't necessarily want to know about everything. There's probably certain subjects in there that can basically...
We'll get
Anyway.
to them eventually.
Yeah.
We run out of other ideas.
Anyway, our next podcast, are we going to mention the subject we're going to be doing? Something completely different from Flat Earth. We are going to be looking at Japanese snacks.
Ooh.
Yes, Japanese snacks. We're doing a taste tester on Japanese snacks.
Goodness.
Which none of us know anything
I know
Anything about.
nothing about this.
So this going to be interesting. So please listen to the next podcast. In the meantime,
Instead of expanding our minds, we're expanding our palates.
Please like and subscribe to the channel. It will be greatly appreciated. And please comment below anything you'd like to say.
so thank you very much. It's goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Zach.
And goodbye from Jack.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
And welcome to the Now We Know show. Now, this week's episode is all about
The moon landings,
Ooh.
or supposed moon landings.
supposed moon landings. So I suppose that what we would say is not true or false, but real or fake. That's what we're
Yes.
looking at. We're looking to see if they're real or fake.
Yes.
So let's start off by going over to the computer and see what the computer has got on moon landings. Computer, tell us about moon landings.
According to Wikipedia, a moon landing is the arrival of a spacecraft on the surface of the moon. This includes both crewed and robotic missions. The first human-made object to touch the moon was the Soviet Union's Luna 2, on the 13th of September 1959. The United States Apollo 11 was the first crewed mission to land on the moon, on the 20th of July 1969.
Right, so that's the computer's rather
Definition, yeah.
stark definition of the moon landings. So
And if you didn't know about, obviously, the different things that landed on the moon, there's actually been a few,
yeah, there's been loads. I mean,
supposedly.
yeah, it will. So this is a difficult one for me because I know what
Yeah.
Believe.
I'm not even going to use the word believe. I know what I know. you
Yeah.
see. In life, I have that kind of thing where you can have a belief in something that you can't prove to be there, so you have to believe in it, but you don't have to believe in something you know is true and can be proven with solid facts. You don't have to believe in that. You know in it. And right from the beginning, unfortunately, that's my stance here. I know I was trying to defend the flat earthers on the Flat Earth podcast, but on this one, I can't do anything but just deal with the facts as they present themselves.
Well, it's interesting because when we came up with the idea for this podcast, we said about doing moon landings. It's kind of developed over time into the whole curiosity about whether or not it was fake or not. We've kind of turned it's into more of a conspiracy, but
When you say we, are you talking about the human race in general?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, not just us in the sound studio. It's us. Okay, listeners, it's all our fault, really.
We're sorry.
We're sorry. But no, I mean, the moon landing in 1969. When I say moon landing, the first manned mission to land on the moon. And yes, from that point onwards, that question has been thrown up by
there's kind of
skeptics
developed
who
a
have said,
community that's kind of developed.
no, they're fake. And so that's what we're discussing.
Very
isn't it,
very
really? We're
similar.
going to be looking at the evidence that we've researched
Yeah.
and to say, okay, what reasons do people believe that the moon landings are fake, and hopefully answering
Those.
Yeah.
and saying why.
And we're going to learn decisively whether or not they happened or not.
I think again, the ethos of the Now We Know show is to try and leave it open to anybody that's listening. So if somebody's listening to this show and they truly believe that the moon landings are fake, that's fine. And we always encourage you to make comments at the end. And hey, we're open to somebody coming into the studio at a further episode to
Discuss their
discuss
views.
this, just like with the Flat Earth or any of the other podcasts that we do. So we can try, listeners, if you're listening to this, ultimately, the end of the day, it's your decision on what you think. But we're just going to have this as a discussion.
Well, it's kind of out of curiosity as well.
Yeah,
isn't it?
out of curiosity.
Yeah. And as I believe the Now We Know show to be, we kind of go into the more kind of weird and wonderful theories and just talk about them and see where we stand at the end.
Exactly.
Doesn't necessarily mean we believe any of these things. It's just
Exactly. I mean,
a fun discussion.
That's right. So, we have those ones where, we're left at the end of the day still scratching our chins, stroking our beards. We all have beards.
We're asking the question, aren't we?
Yeah,
That's it.
and so
Having a little discussion about
having
it.
a discussion. So, but let's kick this one off. We've really got, I suppose, what you have is a big stack of, with the conspiracy theories, if you want to call it that. Those people. I mean, you could say on one side of it, you could say the conspiracy theorists are the ones that say that it's fake, but they would say, flip the coin over and say, well, the people that say it's not fake and that man did land on the moon
That's the
that's
conspiracy.
the conspiracy, and all that's fake. So all we can do is look at the evidence,
Yeah.
and then see if we can maybe explain. So present a case for why they're fake, and see if we can present the evidence of why they're not.
Yes.
And that works both ways, I suppose.
Yes.
So what do you guys come up with?
I've got an interesting kind of question to pose straight off.
Okay, please.
What would be the reason for faking the moon landing? If we're talking about the US government faking the moon landing, what's the actual reason behind doing that?
Here, do you have any ideas on that?
I kind of guess it kind of comes under that same category as the flat Earth, where it's like that idea of control.
Possibly.
That some of the conspiracy theorists kind of
You see, I carry on, Zach.
they think that when you believe this lie, they then have you. They have control of you.
Yeah.
Did you come
somehow?
Up with,
See, I think it's more of a political thing. I think it was to do with the space race at the time.
That's what I was going to say.
I think America desperately wanted to beat Russia to the moon.
Okay. Well, if we look at it from that point for
Yeah.
a moment, computers already told us that the Russians made the first actual robotic non-manned mission to the moon. And if we look at the space race, the Russians put the first satellite into orbit, Sputnik 1, and we had the dog that went up there. What's his name? Lanka or something. I can't remember the dog's name now offhand.
It was a dog.
But they were the first one to put an animal in space.
Yeah.
And first human.
And the first human, Yuri Gagarin, the cosmonaut, into space. And
it was kind of like a wake-up call for the US.
And then they did have their own moon landing space program. So obviously they went on to do the first actual moon landing with a robotic device on the moon's surface. So when you're talking about the space race, Russia was way out in front.
Yeah.
Now, your problem is all this is happening in a period known as the Cold War.
Yes.
And tensions were high all the time. And if you're America, what the political leaders as well as the general public, I mean, how are you going to feel if there is your mortal enemies at the time could put something into orbit and literally rain bombs down on you and there's nothing you can do about it?
Or indeed on the moon.
So it's about superiority in space. You know, if you've got superiority in space above any other country, then you're sitting there and you're a sitting duck.
Yeah, that kind of drips into the whole political thing as well, doesn't it? Saying
So I guess
the
bragging rights.
Exactly. So suddenly you have this. We've got to do something. We've got to do something to prove that the USA
isn't helpless. We do have a degree of security.
We can beat Russia and win the space race. And if we're going to do that, we're going to do it by putting a manned mission on the moon.
Yeah, lay down the gauntlet.
And the president, what did he say? He said, we're not doing it because it's easy. We're doing it because it's hard.
Yeah, John F. Kennedy.
That's it. We're doing it because it's hard. And if they manage to do that, then America worldwide would be seen as to win the space race and the bolster the general public's support for the government and USA, type of thing. So, political. And I think at the time, if I'm right, NASA's budget that they were given by the US government was huge. Yeah. I mean, compared to today, where it's way low down on the...
footballers get paid more.
Footballers probably do get paid more weekly. But, that was... We must get to the moon.
Yeah.
So your question... Does that answer your question?
I think so. Yeah, that kind of poses another question that I've just thought.
But what I will finish that one off by saying, in my opinion, did they win the space race? I mean, let's face it. As we just spilled off, Russia, first satellite, first animal, first human, first moon landing. They finished the race, but I don't know if they.
It's kind of like that one-upmanship, isn't it?
Yeah,
I suppose in the Western world, we're always taught that the Americans are the kind of heroes of the space race. But
and that.
So I personally didn't know till before this that Russia were so far ahead and how much they'd actually done.
They were having their manned missions to land on the moon, but they had disastrous accidents and consequences, and that's why it ended up being shelved.
It was very experimental at the time, wasn't it? Another question I've just thought of in that discussion: if Russia were so kind of paranoid, I guess, about America reaching the moon first, why haven't the Russians exposed, if this is a fake moon landing?
We were talking about this, weren't we?
Why haven't the Russians tried harder to kind of expose that as a hoax?
I think what you've just done is, for what I had to have this discussion this evening, that was probably the crowning glory question at the end.
Hardest to answer question.
Well, not hardest to answer, but you've brought that one right to the beginning where I thought we'd probably get to that.
Just forget it.
No.
It's like the quiz a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so you say about why haven't Russia exposed it?
Why hasn't anyone?
Well, Russia's not the only space agency. You've got China space agency.
Japan.
When I suppose this is it. If we're talking about true or false, real or fake, when Apollo 11 mission went to the moon, there were space agencies around the whole globe that were tracking it.
They were checking.
Yeah.
So, you're quite right, because under the current situation that we're in at the moment in 2022 with Russia and their so-called special mission into the Ukraine, and how literally the whole of the West has pushed them out with sanctions, etc. A country like Russia would be the first people to jump on board if they could just say, USA, you never went to the moon.
It's all a lie.
It's all a lie.
Your government are lying to you.
What are you going to look like?
Cause mass panic.
Yeah, but honestly, it's an ace up the sleeve. Same with China. I mean, the thing is, if you faked it, those other governments are just going to say, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
We can prove you didn't. We tracked you. There was nothing. You didn't go there. You didn't land. So you've just probably answered the key question.
But there still is, to a degree, a large community that does believe that it is fake.
Yeah, that's one that goes into a bit of research that I did, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually discovered quite a lot about the conspiracy theories surrounding the moon landings. Went down a few rabbit holes in the meantime. But to make sure this episode isn't hours and hours long, I just whittled it down to a few interesting things that I learnt.
Mm-hmm.
So various sources claim that anywhere between 6 to 20% of Americans don't believe the moon landings actually happened, and a further 5% are undecided, which I thought was quite high.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
You said
6 to 20.
6 to 20%, depending on what source.
That's almost like a quarter of the population.
Yeah, but let's hop back briefly to our flat Earth scenario. A large amount of Americans are also very religious with their beliefs.
Yeah.
And as we said with the flat Earth, a lot of those say that the Earth is flat because it says so in the Bible. And if that's the case, you're not going to the moon. You know? So it could be that they don't believe it, not just from a perspective of maybe false science or all the other things that we're going to start discussing as we go through this podcast, but it might simply be down to a religious belief.
Yeah.
That it's an impossibility.
So is it a case of people who believe the Earth is flat have to believe that we didn't land on the moon?
Well, from what we did on that one, and obviously we don't want to... If you
yeah.
haven't listened to the Flat Earth one, listeners, go and listen to the Flat Earth podcast. But if you remember, I think one of the points in that, the Flat Earth societies, who again argue between themselves, but I think it was something like you can't go further than about 62 miles into the air before you hit an invisible barrier.
Yeah.
You just can't pass it. Nothing can go past it.
That's it.
So you're not going to get to the moon. Let's put it that way. So yeah. So you've got this fact. Lots of people don't.
Yes.
But then again, lots of people don't believe in they do believe in many conspiracies, don't they? So,
Yeah.
Where do we take it from there?
It's a
Jack?
conspiracy.
So
It's a conspiracy community.
a couple of
we did talk. Sorry, Zach, to butt in there, but we did talk about that conspiracy mentality as well.
Yeah.
There are certain people that just once they're fixed onto one conspiracy, they will want to follow it up with the next and the next.
I'll
and the next and the
leapfrog
next.
through conspiracies.
And want to say they know the truth.
They
know the truth. Not to say that there aren't conspiracies out there. Not to say that there aren't falsehoods and misguidance from governments, etc. But obviously, we're talking about the moon landing.
So obviously, back onto the moon landing.
Onto the moon landing.
From what I've heard, a lot of people ask the question: who actually filmed the thing on the moon?
Yes.
Like, how was it filmed?
Right. Well, that does throw up a lot of the questions. So
Yeah. Well, some of them. Well,
go on, hit us with it,
you
Jack.
hit a point on some of the most common questions I saw being raised
Mhm.
when looking into these, and yes, one of them was who shot the event from outside the capsule.
this is when Neil Armstrong's coming down
The
ladder.
famous footage.
First step.
Yeah. Well, that's easily explained because the actual module itself had loads
Yeah.
of cameras that were attached to the outside
And
of the actual
recording the
module,
event.
Yeah.
recording the event. There was
Exactly.
nobody outside recording it. That was just a remote camera outside.
Yeah,
the
you're.
module.
I assume some people are imagining somebody in a spacesuit with a film camera.
Film cameras out there videoing.
Just got to change my batteries. Just give it a second.
Give it a second. Oh, yeah, I need to.
Well, that would raise the question: he would obviously then not be the first person on the moon.
Whoever the cameraman was.
Yeah. So we got that first step onto the surface.
Yeah.
And nobody was out there recording it. It was a remote camera on the actual lunar landing module, which would then probably lead on. Have you got this one down about the footprints? Since it's the first step.
I don't, but these were just some of the of the most common
one
ones.
of the ones I came up against was a photograph of Neil Armstrong's spacesuit, which shows the boots, which have nice, clean, flat soles with no grip of any sort on them that are displayed in a museum. Yet all the footprints that are shown have ridges.
A ridge, yeah.
So how can that be?
Yeah.
Discuss.
Would there have been something that they put over the spacesuits?
Yes.
To walk on the actual surface,
Exactly.
because obviously it's...
Because when you go...
You need grip.
Well, it's grip. I mean, obviously you're in very low gravity anyway, but you do need grip. How much on the surface, I have no idea exactly. But the point was that they had covers for the boots that did have that tread on them. They needed to have a cover on the boot so that when they were on the moon, as you say, I think there's an image... some footage somewhere where one of them fell over.
I have seen that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's Apollo 11 footage.
I think it was a later one.
Yeah. So yeah, and because of the light gravity, you may well stumble over a rock or something. So I assume that they wanted some kind of grip on your boot if you went on the surface. But moreover, the cover for the boot, or should I say the boots they wore in the module, had a cover that went over the top. Because they were going to get moon dust stuck on them, which is meant to be very much glass-like, and they don't want that floating around in the capsule, in the atmosphere.
Breaking stuff.
Well, getting into
Everything.
the electronics or wherever.
Because that could be disastrous.
So, if you like, in a kind of you see it in so many things where you have an airlock, and then they have the decontamination in the airlock. Yeah. Off come the boot covers.
Compression areas, stuff like that,
And you get out of the main space suit, and you've got your flight suit on. There you go. Kind of thing. So that's the true explanation for that. The boot scenario and the footprint is because they had covers.
It's interesting because I never came across that.
No.
Well, that's interesting. I've learnt that now.
The other one. Well, there's three more. Sorry.
Okay.
How is the American flag waving?
Now that's a good one. Because
I think I know this one, but
conspiracy theorists say that how could the flag be waving if you're in a vacuum? There's no wind.
Yeah.
So well, they had to design a kind of a telescopic pole for the flag. It was all folded up and and it was designed so that they could. And I think they had a bit of a struggle putting the actual flag up when they were trying to get the flag into position, and it had a bar across the top to hold it out straight, because otherwise the flag would just
droop. Yeah, it would be very
float around.
So first of all, while they're planting the flag, you've got movement in the actual this upside down L shape that's holding the flag. There's movement in that. So when you have the flag there, which is a thin material, it's acted upon by what's called inertia. So we can all do this. If you're listening at home, you can do this. If you've got a piece of paper or a piece of tissue or something near you, if you pick that up and you just wave it backwards and forwards, when you move your hand to the right, the bottom will be delayed before it follows. Yeah. And the same the other way. Now on Earth, that's because we've got oxygen. Oxygen is resistance. Okay, so you'd say, okay, so here we are, we're on the moon and we're in a vacuum. But if you put, and I've seen somebody doing this exact experiment, if you put a piece of fabric into a sealed vacuum box, take all the oxygen out of it, so there's no resistance to it, and you shake that box, inertia still occurs. Inside, you move in the box, and the fabric will still move because that's called inertia. It will move.
Physics,
It's physics. So you don't need wind on the moon surface to make that flag move. And once it's planted and stopped and everybody's moved away from it, there's no movement in that flag.
It would be very hard to actually stop it from moving, because once you've touched it, that's it. It's going to constantly, because there's no friction to stop it. There's no like where we've got oxygen, which creates resistance. No. So so when it comes to the wind on the moon blowing the flag, therefore it can't be. It's all about inertia. Yeah. Simple as that. Physics with the Now We Know show.
Physics with the Now We Know show.
So something I heard, even about space travel, that the way they supposedly faked it was by having all of this equipment and getting like exterior shots of capsules and things
Mm-hmm.
to give the idea of weightlessness is filming it in a swimming pool with green screens underwater.
Interesting.
Well, I would. I mean, filmmakers do.
This
that
is just
these days.
theories I've heard.
Okay, filmmakers do use that technique even these days. They do film underwater. You can see people's hair moving, like I think in Aquaman and stuff, people's hair are moving. I'm not sure whether they've done.
I think that probably is a bit CGI.
Yeah, but there are ones where they do it in the tanks down at Pinewood Studios.
Harry
Yeah,
Potter, a lot of the fourth Harry Potter film was all
Yeah.
Where they're
underwater.
swimming underwater. Yeah, where he's in the lake, isn't he?
Yeah, the challenge.
Yeah,
where
so there's bits that they do film. And yeah, that's a possibility. And in fact, they train underwater. Astronauts train underwater. But you'll always, if you see any of that footage, you'll see oxygen bubbles coming out. And
So it's a kind of like a fair assumption to that idea.
I also think in '69 that would have been very hard to green screen because back then that wasn't even a.
No, it wasn't.
That was a very.
And if you're thinking of them filming it, you think about the way water reacts. They're on the moon. If you were thinking that you're on, say, sand on the bottom of the ocean, and you kicked it up, it would be floating around
A cloud.
in the water like
Yeah.
a cloud.
Like a dusty cloud, yeah.
And that doesn't happen. I can't think of seeing that happening in the footage.
It would take a while for it to go back down to level as well, wouldn't it? Underwater, it would keep kind of flying.
Yeah. And perhaps even light refraction, because obviously the set, if it was underwater, would need to be lit. Don't know whether water would.
It would refract light in a weird way. I'd
weird
assume
ways.
the camera as well would kind of
Have to
pick
be-
up the kind of differences underwater.
Well, I have seen cameras in like big underwater boxes. and stuff.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I found it interesting.
I've never heard that, so that was interesting. The other one was why do the shadows look like they are the result of multiple light sources?
Good question. And I think what we've got to take into consideration when you are standing on the surface of the moon, which is something I haven't done.
I'd like to.
I'd like to. But you are literally being bombarded by light from the sun.
Yeah.
The moon, sorry, not the moon, you're on the moon.
All right.
when let's reverse it. You're standing on planet Earth.
Yeah.
It's nighttime. It's a full moon. The moon does not shine. Okay, the moon does not give off light at all in any way, shape, or form. All it's doing is reflecting sunlight.
Yes.
Okay, so if you've got moonlight and you go, oh, the moon's energy, you're just being bathed in reflected sunlight. Okay?
Yeah.
In fact, you'll get more of that energy during the day than you will in a full moon.
Hence why
But
it's cold.
the thing is, on a full moon, clear sky, if you look around you, you'll be casting a shadow. Other
Yeah,
things
you'll
will
still be
casting
able to
a shadow.
see to a degree.
Now you're on the moon, which has got no atmosphere, and the light from the sun is beaten down on the surface. But there are other reflective surfaces on the moon. Rocks can bounce light off. The reason I bring the moon and reversing it to the planet Earth is because you've got the planet Earth that is also reflecting sunlight onto the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got light coming in from different angles as it is, and that may well explain why there are different shadows. I'm probably not explaining. I'm not a physicist in that, like specialist in that respect. But even the suits themselves, being white, are going to reflect light in a.
Didn't the actual module have reflective metal on it as well to keep away the radiation?
Well, it certainly would have had
they
some
probably have
kind of
reflective
shielding
panels.
from
Yeah.
radiation.
Did it have lights on it as well, possibly? That could be another.
I don't know. Do they need a green and red light on it just in case they have any other passing vehicles? I don't know.
Yeah.
Indicators.
But it's unlikely that there would literally be only one light source, if you know what I mean. There would, from a conspiracy theorist point of view, which I'm not personally, that's quite an easy one to
I
explain.
mean, in the studio, you would have lots of different
Yeah,
lights,
exactly,
and you
yeah.
can have. But again, they can cancel themselves out. I think. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I've answered that one clearly enough. Maybe some.
You've given it your best shot.
I don't think it's.
But
I don't think it's a very good argument.
You've got at least. They're on the moon. They're on the surface of the moon, which is lit by the sun. The moon. We always see the same surface. When you look at the moon from Earth, it's always the same. We call the opposite side of the moon the dark side, which is incorrect because that is like it's just the far side of the moon. It's not the dark side of the moon; it's the far side of the moon. It's just we don't see it because the moon doesn't rotate round on its axis, so it's in a fixed orbit.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that one side of the moon all the time, which means if you think about it, if you then therefore land on the moon in that light, what are you going to see up in the sky above you?
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
going to see the Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth
And the
is going to
sun.
be reflecting light from the sun, and you're going to have the sun as well coming in from another angle.
Multiple light sources.
Yeah, multiple light sources.
Yeah. Fair enough. This one's really interesting because I don't actually know anything about this, but I was hoping you could.
I'll give it my best
Oh,
shot.
sorry.
so far,
become the,
so far, I'm the
I'll-
guru of explaining.
Well, it
things.
just shows that you're very passionate about it, that it did happen.
Well, I suppose for me, you say passionate about. I'm passionate about astronomy. I'm passionate about space exploration, and being somebody that knows we landed on the. I'm going to be terrible and stick my nose out and say I know that we landed on the
Moon?
Yeah, passionate about it. Yeah, I'm going to look from
Yeah, exactly.
explaining these.
And you've done a
anomalies.
marvellous job so far.
I'm sure I'm saying it. People out there listening aren't taking in.
I'll see if I can chime in next.
Well, it's going to get very weird.
Okay, so
towards
what's
the end
this
of
next one?
Yeah, this one interested me the most because I don't really understand what it means.
Mhm.
Why is the letter C visible on one of the rocks?
Keep using the conspiracy word, but there's a theory. There was a photograph that shows a moon rock with a
Okay.
clear letter C on it.
See.
Okay, and supposedly it's because, and you've been on movie sets,
It's,
in fact all of us have been on movie
yes.
sets, and props
Have numbers and
have
codes.
numbers and codes on
Yeah.
them, and supposedly that was a mistake. It was a letter C, it was a number for a prop, and it's clearly seen on this rock.
Apparently, oh well, yeah. I've heard. Now you mention that, I heard similar things about other rocks as well that had numbers and stuff on them.
Mhm. Well, that is the famous C.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
We'll stick with one rock to start.
I haven't seen any of the others, so I couldn't tell you about any
Yeah.
of the others. But that one I've definitely seen, and there is a very simple answer to that, because what you're looking at is not the original photo. Okay, a lot.
Plot twist.
Think about it. NASA has a limited amount of photographs.
Yeah.
Those photographical images are then doled out to the media in general and go all around the world, and they get reproduced and reproduced and reproduced over and over again.
Over and over again.
If you look at the original NASA photograph of that rock, not only is the photograph clearer, but there is no C on it. And what it is deemed is that C is maybe a fleck of dust or hair or something which
Yeah.
has got
Caught
onto
in
the
the system,
printing
yeah.
plate or
Just
whatever.
about, just
It's just
yeah.
an,
So it's kinda like-
an anomaly. But if you compare the C rock with the original, there is no C.
So it's kind of like the degradation of videos. If you copy a video over and over again, it will
Yeah,
degrade
if you
over
did
time.
it through a fax machine, if you put a fax through, it will continue to degrade, and then somewhere along the line you might do a print out of something and there's a hair that's got on it. And,
Yeah, because back then there would have been multiple copies of the same photo, and
Yeah.
something like,
And
as
they
you say,
would-
a hair could have literally just got on
you
one of the
would-
prints.
You wouldn't be emailing digital photographs to each
Exactly,
other because that
Yeah.
wasn't a thing. We didn't have digital photography then. It would all be, if you needed a reproduction of a photograph, that photograph would have probably been scanned through a lens from an original, and then
Yeah.
that would have been developed onto another one and lost. But people might think, in a digital sense, oh, that's easy. But back then, there was no digital photography as such.
Or
you know,
photo editing or
yeah,
anything.
photo
No.
editing that way. So,
And to a degree, it seems like it would be, for such a unique and specific thing, that it would be kind of negligent to miss that.
That was going to be one of my points, actually. Yeah.
Like you'd think that it would be so meticulously planned if it
if it was being
if it
faked.
was
Nothing
faked.
would slip through the net. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd all be exact as you say. Yeah. Everything would be checked over. 'Cause you're trying to fool the world. Like
Yeah.
you're trying to fool everyone in the world.
Well, if you're trying to fool the world with the technology you've got at that time when it comes to filming, and most people are watching this on televisions, or if they've got a television to watch it on, because not everybody had TVs, and the quality on a cathode ray tube television is
Did they have
brilliant and things.
colour TV back?
I think the Americans did. Whether that had gotten into, I mean, when I was a kid in the 70s, I think it was probably mid to late 70s before we actually got colour TV in the house. Prior to that, everything in my life was black and white. So
Yeah.
if I was watching things, I remember things in black and white.
Out of interest, do you have any memories, or did your parents have any memories?
Don't know. I haven't asked my mother.
Was it celebrated at all?
Well, I was born in '66, so I was.
You would have been very young, but yeah.
So I don't have any recollection.
I
of
can
it,
imagine
so-
it probably being very world news.
Monumental. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's monumental because because basically USA are sticking it up to the Russians and saying yes,
But just seeing a man go to the moon must have just been incredible
yeah.
back in the day.
Absolutely.
Considering what we have now, it's kind of
and
pales
again-
in comparison.
Again, we've said this before. Sometimes I believe that some people can't comprehend certain things. Maybe certain things just too unbelievable,
out of their field of vision.
The universe is so vast, I can't comprehend it. Time is too vast.
The
I can't-
enormity of
time.
existence.
You know, if you're somebody who believes that the whole Earth, mankind, and all the animals on it were created 6,000 years ago, how on earth can you comprehend that dinosaurs were roaming the Earth 65 million years ago?
Oh, we'll have to do another podcast on dinosaurs.
So we'll do a dinosaur one. But so the individual human, some people just might not have the capacity to take on board that. So even the moment, if you were sitting there in front of a TV or outside a shop window, when the TVs inside the shop window are showing the images being broadcast, and for that first time, it might be that it's just so unbelievable.
You just can't comprehend.
You can't comprehend it, and so it is exactly that, unbelievable. And you can have somebody standing next to you who is thinking, "This is fantastic." You know, I've always wanted to see man get to the moon, and they. So you have two people standing next to each other. One says, "No, unbelievable," so it isn't believable. One person, "This is fantastic, totally believable," blah, blah, blah.
I'd be interested to know, obviously we mentioned that about 20% of people don't believe we went to the moon. I'd be interested to know, back in 1969, how many people at the time when it was on didn't believe it or did believe it. It would have been interesting if that number's risen or fallen over time.
Yeah, that would be an interesting
With
fact.
the rise of the internet and being able to share
I
videos and things.
Well, I think that's another thing, the rise of the internet, because you get so many fake videos on the internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Fake photos.
Kind of the age of misinformation, isn't it?
It is. We are living in everything that you look at, everything that you have to take everything
With a pinch of salt.
definitely, or a big pinch of salt these days, because everything from a picture on the cover of a magazine which presents a model looking perfect, when in fact all they've done is they've photoshopped they've got a big spot on her chin at that particular day of the photo shoot, or they've tucked the waist in a little bit, increased the bust. Everything we look at,
it's manufactured.
it could be manufactured and false,
Yeah.
and including the information. And if you've got people out there that want to push false information for their own agenda, then they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, again, I'm harking back to the current situation we have with Ukraine, but if you live in Russia, do you believe what's happening in the Ukraine because you watch the only thing you get to see is the Russian news?
Yeah, it's a very good example.
And you've seen interviews with Russians who are saying, no, we're saving the Ukrainians. We're going there and we're liberating them. We're helping them. We're taking them food parcels. We're rescuing them from their Nazi dictators.
Yeah.
And the rest of the world's looking in and going,
guys,
the guys,
hang on
a second, you're believing total nonsense. But there you go. There you've got a perfect thing. So you say, at the time, did people believe it? Well, yeah, people are there, and the propaganda.
No reason to question it.
No reason to question it.
Yeah.
So, whether at the time, if it had been faked, you would have still had millions of people watching that and going, "God, this is amazing."
Yeah.
Which is exactly, if you don't believe that the moon landers were real, is exactly what you're going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anything else you've got on there?
I've got a big conspiracy.
No. Little. Let's stick with the little things.
No, they were the most common questions. I wonder if anyone else had any.
It's not really. It's okay. There's one thing. It's quite marvelous the fact that you're holding in your hand a phone, and there's more technology in that phone than there was on the space shuttles at that point.
Yeah,
that is quite marvelous.
Shuttles. It was the Saturn V rockets, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's marvelous to think of that.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose it's comparing the technology of a nuclear submarine to a World War II U-boat, which some of them were even steam driven, and had huge funnels on them that actually sank because the water went down the funnels.
Oh no!
It's funny. We're all film fans here. It's funny talking about. I don't know if you're aware of the famous film A Trip to the Moon.
Trip to the Moon. Well, the black and white one.
Black and white.
Yeah, where it hits the moon in the face.
Well, yeah, but they put the capsule in a big cannon and just shoot it at the moon.
Exactly.
And this was 1920 something, I believe. Possibly earlier.
It kind of reminds me of the much later one, which was the first Men in the Moon.
Oh,
we had the anti-gravity paint, which was a brilliant movie.
Great steampunk story.
Yeah, great steampunk. So, I'm trying to think what the aliens were called that were living in
Selenites.
Selenites, yeah.
Ray Harryhausen.
There you
Good
go.
Ray Harryhausen
Very
movie.
good Ray. If you haven't seen it, go and watch First Men in the Moon. So your comment on that one, you were bringing that up for, you were saying about the trip to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just how that's how we thought we would get to the moon back in the day.
How-
we would
How technology is
How
kind
technology's changed since then, and
we
that
can,
just
we
seems
can
silly. now.
fire a cannonball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all we need is a bigger cannon.
There's a famous picture, isn't there, of I forget the lady's name, but she's standing next to the book of code that she inputted into the
Computer.
and it's literally taller than her. It's just this giant stack of paper.
Yeah.
It's like you can do that all on here now.
It's all digital,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, that's why. I mean, if you were an astronaut back then, or a cosmonaut even, you were on a wing and a prayer, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
Yeah.
far more riskier
I
than
mean,
it is today.
when the Apollo 14 mission had the blowout on their oxygen supplies because they had to come back, they had to make so many calculations right down to the most minutest thing and jerry rig the oxygen scrubbers just to get enough
Yeah,
oxygen.
because
to get them
it's
back.
not like the movies. In movies nowadays, they can fly off space any which way.
Yeah.
Any which way.
Yeah, just
Turn
automatically.
turn on the
Hyperdrive.
Well, I was just thinking of the forced gravity and what they call
Yeah,
it.
no,
Artificial gravity.
Artificial
Yeah.
gravity. So that means we can film it and everybody's not having to float around anymore.
Yeah.
you know,
Or even
so-
just like sound as well. In Star Wars and everything, you've got the sound in space, which was never a thing.
Oh yeah, it's kind of an odd one, that one, because obviously a space battle.
Yeah.
Okay, I can imagine,
it should be
like,
dead silent.
Not non-diegetic music, like the background music and stuff. That would work, but it's interesting that you mentioned
Well,
that.
it's funny. Another funny thing, people imitate being in weightlessness.
Yeah.
They imitate it by moving really slowly.
Very slowly.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. You
No,
move
you
exactly
just
the
move
same
exactly the same
speed. It's just you float. But no, you've actually just brought up with the space battles and explosions and the noise in space.
Yeah.
One of the things I came across was to explain why we haven't been to the moon or actually up in space is because rockets wouldn't work in a vacuum.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, that was one of the other things. It wouldn't work in a vacuum, but they do, because unlike a jet engine where you're putting something in the front of the engine and
Sucks in and blows out. Yeah.
blows
Yeah.
out, you've already got your fuel.
Your fuel.
prepared.
Propulsion,
You
yeah.
don't need to be in an oxygen-rich
Yeah.
environment. You can burn that fuel in a void,
Yeah.
so you don't need. So yes, rockets do work in space. So that was a simple one, but people still use it. They say no, it can't happen because you can't.
I think that
flames
argument.
wouldn't burn.
Yeah.
I think that
in a
argument
void.
came up on the flat Earth again.
Yeah, did it?
Yeah, I think it
Oh,
did.
right,
I
okay.
keep seeing posts.
Be interesting. An interesting one that came up similar to that was the Van Allen belt.
We can discuss that one if you want to. Right
Yes.
now.
Go for it.
I understand, but I would like you to.
Okay, so the
briefly
Van
explain.
Allen. So our Earth has got a magnetic field.
Yes.
That magnetic field helps to protect us from the radiation from the sun, but it is full of charged atoms that are basically harmful to organic life.
Yeah.
And if you had a circle in front of you, pretend that is the planet Earth, you would have like a figure of 8 on its side with this magnetic field going out each side of the planet.
Yeah.
So at the poles, because you know the magnetic pole, so at the poles, South and North Pole, is where it's at its thinnest,
Right.
and then it balloons out and comes back in again. So you've got this magnetic field that is full of charged particles, which is dangerous to organic life. Now, I think Professor Van Allen, who obviously is named after, I think he's even said maybe it's not as harmful as he first thought it would be.
Yeah.
But putting that to one side, the point is, this is one of the other things. It's suggested that, of course, we've had lots of cosmonauts and astronauts in low Earth orbit. So in low Earth orbit, you stay away from the Van Allen belt or its most dangerously highly charged areas of it, the red
the
zone.
thickest part.
Call it the red zone.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in low Earth orbit, where currently you have the International Space Station, for example, is away from that. Still shielded against radiation, but not harmful to humans. So how on earth can you therefore get out of the Van Allen belt and off into space to go to the moon? You can't do it because it's going to kill anybody that does that. Well, not exactly true, because the launch of manned flights out into space, into high orbit and beyond, always go through that thinnest part near the poles, They go through the thinnest part of the Van Allen belt, so they get a very small
Dose.
exposure to those charged particles.
As opposed to going through the thickest part of the shell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from the information I read on it, it's the amount of dosage that an astronaut would get going through there is about the same as if you had 2 CT scans.
Which is like a daily thing for
it wouldn't
practitioners.
recommend it wouldn't recommend you to have that on a daily basis. But if you're going
Well, I mean,
out,
it's something we use on a daily basis.
oh, we use that on
Yeah,
a daily
yeah.
basis. But if you've ever been to the dentist and had an X-ray, they ran out the room.
Yeah.
You know, if you go to the hospital and have an X-ray, they hide behind their screens. Why? Because they're exposed to it on a daily basis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
prolonged exposure can have a negative effect.
You're not. You're just in there once in a blue
Once.
moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the same with being an astronaut. You go out, you get a dose. Perhaps, I mean, obviously you're in a shielded capsule. You're in I don't know the actual makeup of the flight suits or anything, but yeah, and they have to protect the equipment as well against radiation because that can affect electronics, etc. But you're still getting such a low dose that you're not continually going through that. It's just you're going out that thin part of the Van Allen belt and off you go to the moon. And then when you come back in, you're re-entering again through the thin part. So it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, 'cause that's an interesting bit of information because I hadn't really heard about that.
And as I said, I don't know exactly the ins and outs of it, but I'm told that they are starting to feel that maybe it's not quite as deadly as it's been made out.
But again,
to be.
technology, the shielding can
Shielding
improve.
could improve, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It might be possible, if not even already. I don't know because I'm not Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or NASA and everybody blames NASA for these conspiracies. NASA covers up.
It's the
NASA.
big them.
Yeah.
But you've got, space agencies, China, space
All around the
agencies,
world.
India,
Yeah,
you've got
yeah.
Japan, you've got space agencies
Just because it's the
everywhere.
closest one to you.
But it's always NASA that's getting it in the neck about these things.
Well, it seems like, as we mentioned, there's like Elon Musk and everything. It seems like the big businesses are starting to take over space travel
Right.
now.
Which is
Virgin and
interesting
everything.
because, again, if we think about that, we are on the verge of a return to the moon.
Right.
Because before, it's always been political.
Yes.
Why did we go to the moon in the first instance? Because it's a political one-upmanship. But then how can you justify such a huge investment in taking a couple of people to the moon when other people are suffering from recession, they haven't got any
Starving,
food, no housing. No, they're going to say, no, we're not sending
There's
people
an
to the-
imbalance there.
It's totally imbalanced. So when the political pressure is everybody's behind us to get that one-upmanship, great, but when it's not, then you're not going to get the funding for it.
Yeah.
However, with Jeff Bezos, the Blue Origin, and with Elon Musk and SpaceX, and even Richard Branson with his
Virgin Galactic.
they're commercial.
Yeah, it's
And
kind
that's
of
something
privatised.
we've never had
Privatised,
before.
hasn't it?
We've never had that before. Only in movies, like Wayland Yutani in Aliens and things.
Yeah.
Where you've got the company,
Yeah.
and so now you've got this push for people to go out into space. Primarily, I would say, well, in the first instance, as we all know, tourism.
Yeah.
Because they're already sending people up into low Earth orbit for a brief amount of time, just so they say, yeah, we've experienced weightlessness, we've experienced being in space, we've looked down on the Earth.
And they've got to make their money back somehow.
Yeah.
So they're doing that, but it's great publicity as well.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about the richest people on the planet. And, of course, there's other research things going into that. I mean, look at the advance in space technology, space travel technologies. It is the booster rockets land themselves now.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they reuse them.
I thought I was amazing the first time I saw that. I thought that was just crazy.
if you watch that, you would say that's a lie. That's CGI. That is.
They go back to our original 1969 argument.
They've never been up there. They're not doing it, and that could never work.
It's CGI. Well, it would be CGI nowadays, wouldn't it?
But what we've got is a push towards space tourism, which means people want to go out there, and the more people do something. I mean, can you imagine when people first flew? And then I would say, apart from very small planes, the first probably larger, tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but the larger capacity airline type thing would have been probably airships. I'm imagining.
Airships,
Smaller planes may have maybe taken a few passengers.
Hot air balloons.
Hot air balloons. But if you think you've got if you're travelling, you've got the big Zeppelins or whatever.
Yeah.
It would be luxury, wouldn't
That
it?
would be luxury, and you wouldn't be an average Joe
No, you wouldn't be
who's saying, "Okay, I work in
worker.
the chip shop. I'm a fisherman out on
Yeah.
a fishing boat. I'm a bus driver.
It'd be that
There's no
luxury.
way I'm going to get up and go on one of them tickets on a Zeppelin.
Yeah.
It's out of my pay range."
Mm.
And then as we progress and things get cheap, now you can fly to Spain for 25 quid
Yeah.
on EasyJet.
In a couple of hours.
For instance,
Couple of hours.
cars were like a luxury
Yeah.
when they first came
And
out,
now
and
they're
now
like-
everyone's driving.
Well, it's almost there, not a luxury, yeah, it's a necessity
yeah,
for most,
everyone's
most
using.
people. So,
And we're seeing a change on that as
And-
well.
and so-
electricity.
Mhm.
so where people, would find something like an airplane ticket, air travel, a complete luxury that they could never afford. Now,
Yeah.
that kind of transportation is open to anybody.
Again, it's a daily thing that
It's just a daily thing.
Yeah.
People go to work on a
you
plane.
don't question it. Yeah.
No, don't question it. It was back in I don't know when package holidays started. I assume package holidays probably took off through the 60s and 70s. But I mean, people would go on holiday here in the UK. This is where we're broadcasting, doing our podcast from. Your holiday would be going to Scarborough, Skegness, Bognor Regis, places like that.
Brighton.
Hunstanton.
And then to think of going to the Costa del Sol ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, but then tour operators get the price down, and the next thing you know, package holidays, and you're off
Yeah.
to where you never thought you'd ever get before, and
Yeah.
it becomes cheap. And so that's where we're back to the moon landings. We've got a push towards tourism in space,
Mm.
and if they can go to the moon, and they can get tourists to the moon, if they can
Moon
put,
holiday.
if they can put a base on the moon,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
People-
would help things
people would do that.
enormously.
I think it's NASA that are looking towards putting, and again with NASA, it's government backed, so it's all about funding.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously the commercial companies don't they have to obviously be funded, but they don't have the restrictions where they've got to go cap in hand to the government.
Every
So
time you
come
pay for your Amazon parcel, you're giving.
exactly, Jeff
Jeff
Bezos,
Bezos,
another
yeah.
boost up to the moon. But I think it's NASA that are pushing for the lunar orbiter. They want to put
I've heard this. Yeah.
they want to put a permanent
Satellite.
base,
Yeah.
like the International Space Station, which will orbit the moon.
I heard they're going to bring down the International Space Station bit by piece,
Mhm.
bit by bit. Sorry.
Mhm.
So every country has their own sort of parts of it.
Parts of it, yeah.
So they'll send people up to grab them, take them back down. I think it's about the size of a football pitch. I think they said the actual whole thing, which
Oh, wow.
isn't really that big at all, really, when you think
No,
about
but there's a huge amount of space junk up there.
Exactly, yeah.
Satellites that are out of commission and things. And we should be talking about this right now. the problem you've got in low Earth orbit, especially, and if you ever look at one of those sort of computer-generated images of the satelliits that go around the planet, it's just like absolutely crazy.
it. Yeah, it's a
there's
cage, isn't it? Really?
And if you had one of those hit another one,
Yeah, it's that
break-
cascade effect, isn't it?
exactly. The
Yeah.
cascade effect could literally knock everything out.
Like Gravity, the movie.
Yeah. So it would knock everything out, and one thing would lead to another. You get the cascade effect, and then the whole of the Earth's low orbit
You can't get through
would
it.
be
And then everything we're
literally-
talking
and
about
the things are
with
flying around.
space tourism just won't be a thing
Things-
anymore.
Things would be flying around at literally thousands of miles, like bullets, thousands of
Yeah.
miles, and punch you through any type of craft you'd want to
Yeah.
put up there.
Unless you've got like significant shielding.
Yeah. So
which will set us back however many hundred years.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about weight, when it comes to space travel, weight is the big issue because every ounce costs a silly amount of money to get
Yeah.
it off the ground, to get it off against Earth's gravity and get it out and break out of Earth's gravity.
And hope that everything goes to plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why there's commercial companies at the moment that are looking to put satellites up there to capture space junk and to bring it down in
Yeah.
order to clear up, which is a damn good idea, to be honest. Yeah, otherwise we're going to have, who knows what on our hands. But space tourism, let's not get off the track too much. Space tourism, if they do go there, or they go for scientific purposes to do the lunar orbiter, which is meant to be then a jump off for Mars,
Mhm.
and we all know that Elon Musk's SpaceX, his focus is, I want to get people to Mars.
Yeah.
I want to go down in history as being the person who managed to get people to Mars. So it's becoming more accessible. So who's to say that just like the £25 plane tickets now,
Yeah.
but space travel in 50 years' time is not
Yeah.
accessible to everyday people.
I've just got a job on Mars. I'm just going to take my flight to
Yeah,
Mars
I've got
tomorrow morning.
Get your ass to Mars.
Get your ass to Mars.
Total Recall reference there.
Exactly. So now we're back to the moon landings, though, because can you imagine the issue if you then have people go to Mars? I'm going to Mars. We go to the moon, to visit the landing sites, and they're not there.
Wow, plot twist.
The flag's not there.
Or it's made of cheese.
The footprints aren't there. The lunar rover that they took on a further mission, the tracks and the rover aren't there. Now, there's arguments. Okay, so we're leading on to these little small things that we've been discussing about why it's fake, and then trying to explain why it's not fake. Mirrors were placed on the surface.
You can bounce lasers off them.
And you can bounce lasers off them. And the initial reason for that was so they could get a perfect measurement of how far the moon is away from the Earth. But they use them for other scientific purposes, and students, I think, can literally.
As long as your laser's powerful enough,
you
can do it.
But then that's the argument on the fact that doesn't no proof that humans have landed on the moon is because they could have been put down by automated missions. They didn't need a human to put those there. Okay, so that's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, if you wanted to put something on a mirror on the surface of the moon, you don't have to have somebody actually carry it and put it down.
Yeah. I guess it would be conclusive when we can actually say there's like a permanent presence on the moon.
Yeah.
Or the first child is born on Mars. That's the one thing that's...
Now, there are other things.
Yeah.
There are other things. Well, if you're a flat earther, we've never been to Mars because you can't go to Mars. So all the rovers that are already gone there, that's all made up.
It's just CGI.
Yes, CGI. That doesn't exist. So we've gone past that. So So now we're in the realms of we can do space travel, but there are certain factors that are maybe stopping us from doing space travel. So let's have a look at some of these other factors. You've mentioned about light on the surface. There is one argument that why is it in the photographs they're all perfectly focused. The astronauts had a camera mounted on their chests, but all the photographs we see are like in perfect focus. Anybody want to discuss that one?
What was the camera technology like back then?
Well, certainly not like it is now. So I'm not a camera specialist. I couldn't tell you exactly. But again, if you're going to send a mission to the moon, you're going to make sure you want to get the best photographs you can get.
I know NASA did have very, very powerful cameras at that point because they were used. They had lenses, I know, that were used in subsequent films of the time. And they're very good at like dispersing light. So I wonder if that kind of factors into it. I'm sure
it may well do. But if you want a really simple answer to that one, is that loads of the photographs weren't.
Yes.
They actually weren't in focus.
Yes.
What we get to see are the ones that actually came out well.
Yeah.
You've got your 35mm camera. You've gone on holiday. You're in the Costa del Sol. You're taking your photographs. There's mum and dad on the beach. There's Auntie Jean, blah, blah. And you get back and you get it processed, and then you get a sticker on it saying, this one's out of focus. Blah, 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 blah. That's exactly it.
You don't put those in the photo album.
You don't put them in the photo, and you don't say, oh, look, this is us on the moon, but unfortunately there's a sticker from the processors that says this is out of focus and poor quality.
There appears to be a letter C on that rock as well.
It just gives the conspiracy theorists kind of fuel if you show them those. They'll be like, oh, no, definitely not real.
Actually, when it comes to the amount of photographs that were taken, we get to see the ones that were really good, and the other ones that are blurry or out of focus.
Why look at them?
Why look at them? They are. I believe they are available. To be seen, but they're just like they're probably in a store.
Who really wants to look at the blurred photo of them?
The nice, clear, crispy photographs that we see are not
crispy.
They're not all.
Of course,
they're not the only photographs that are taken. Not every single photograph was in.
Yeah, they're the photos that you want to see.
Yeah. And I would probably go as far as to say that now we've got digital technology, I wouldn't be surprised if
they've probably done restorations.
Ones you see and you can punch up on the internet now, have probably done restorations and cleared it up. I mean, let's face it, you get a movie now that's
that came out in the 80s.
And they've now put it out in 4K restoration.
Perfect.
So.
I was thinking, obviously, James Cameron's new Avatar is filmed in like one of the deepest trenches on Earth. I wonder if we'll eventually get.
Really?
Yeah, I wonder if we'll eventually get like a film that's filmed on the moon. That'd be interesting.
That would be interesting. But
I can imagine that happening.
Hopefully you're young enough to see that. I'd like to hopefully see that myself. I'm not going anywhere yet. I've got my fingers crossed. I want to see humans get to Mars. That's what I want to see.
Dream come true.
That would be a dream come true to see them get to Mars. We could talk about Mars projects in another podcast.
I'd be up for that. Yeah,
that'd be a really good subject. So anyway, with the photos. No, not all of them were in focus. You've got to see the best ones. Okay.
Obviously.
Another thing with the photographs, why are there no stars? Okay, you look at the photograph and a blackness behind them. No stars. But surely you're in space. And with no atmosphere to obscure the stars, you should be able to see all these wonderful stars in the background. Why are there no stars? Explanation, please. guys.
I think the one I've heard is to do with a street lamp. So, for example, if you're standing on the street and there's a street lamp above you, and you look up to the stars, it's quite hard to see the stars because there is a giant light
Is it the light of
pointing into your eyes.
light of the earth?
Brilliant. Okay, that is a very good example to explain it, and it is as simple as that. You're on the surface of the moon. Light is being basically reflected around you. So you've got that sunlight coming in, hitting the moon's surface. So that's one source of light.
Yeah.
You've got the reflected light off of the planet Earth hitting the moon from a different angle. And then the light itself that's hitting the moon is bouncing off the moon, and literally obliterating everything. Now, you might say that's an easy thing to pass it off and say there's so much light, that's why you can't see the stars. What I'd say to you is, if you go outside on a starry night with your digital camera and take a picture of the sky, you'll get nothing.
Yeah.
You'll get nothing. You need to put it into usually pro photo mode, and you need to extend the exposure.
Yeah.
Have no wobble on your camera. Best thing to do is, if you've got a flat surface, you put it on the most extended time lapse you've got. Put a timer, let's say a 10-second, 5-second delay on it. Push the shutter button. That gives you time to put your camera down. Otherwise, it'll start taking the photograph straight away, and you'll get all the hand movement in. Put it down, move out of the way, and let it do its thing. Come back to it, and look at that photograph, and you'll have a lovely starry sky photograph. Because you need that's the stars. Although we can see them with our eyes, the light is so weak that it's very easy, like your street lamp, to obliterate them. And if you're in a city, you probably don't even see the stars, So if you're walking down a city street, you're looking up and you're just not seeing anything because of the street lighting. And people even complain that when you are near to large urban environments, that the light pollution
cities
is, and you can be in the countryside, but the light pollution is still knocking out.
You can't see the stars.
So now you imagine you're on the moon, you're taking a photograph which is not on a time delay, so there's no length of exposure to try and take in that light. Just a click photograph. You're not going to see anything because the light sources around are so strong, it just looks black. Yeah, and that's not making it up. That's fact. Yeah. Okay, that's a fact. So that's why there's no stars in the photos. I think there might be in a later mission. I think they put a camera in a shaded area, right, with a longer exposure. So basically, what you just and did get photographs of the stars from the moon, but it was a specific camera in a shaded area with a time delay.
Yeah,
I always find that picture fascinating, where it's the picture from the moon of Earth, and it just looks so tiny.
It does.
It's like we're all on there.
In the infinite cosmos, we are so
there's
small.
A little blue ball.
Everything you've ever known is on that little tiny dot over there.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So all of your problems and everything just kind of puts it into kind of a perspective. Like in the entire universe.
Yeah.
Does it matter?
It is very hard to comprehend, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, which makes me kind of angry when human beings can be so horrible to each other.
And destructive,
And destructive, rather than looking at the fact that you've been given this wonderful gift. And
as you say, in the previous podcast, you said it was a miracle to exist.
To even be here in the first place is insane.
So, for people to be spending that precious time,
arguing and fighting.
It's
wars.
Such a waste. We're getting all philosophical now, guys. Okay. So no stars in it. We've done the Van Allen belt. I'm just going to have a look at my research and see if there's anything we haven't missed before we move on, because I know that Jack's got a particular thing. Right, we've got Van Allen belt. Yep.
I think it's time to move on.
I think we're good. So, unless there's anything that we've missed, which I'm sure we probably have,
please comment below.
Yeah, please comment below if there's something that we've missed. But I think we've managed to escape Earth's atmosphere now. We've managed to get through the Van Allen belt. We've managed to land on the surface. We've managed to explain things on the surface, like the wind blowing the flag, and no stars in the sky, and the different light sources, and
clarity of image,
and the clarity of image, and the sea on the rock.
Shadows,
The big important sea on the rock.
The big important sea on the rock. So, now we come to a very interesting part of the moon landing conspiracies, and I am going to pass this over to Jack.
Okay, so I don't know how to introduce this. One of the more interesting conspiracy theories I've heard. Of course, the conspiracy theory is that we never went to the moon and it was all filmed in a studio. It's all fake. It's all a hoax.
Well, if we haven't been to the moon, that's the only other explanation, isn't it?
Yes, of course. So, what if I told you that there is a conspiracy theory suggesting that Stanley Kubrick himself was brought in by the US government to direct the fake moon landing footage?
I have heard about this one.
So, my favourite film director of all time is Stanley Kubrick, so this is why this...
He's a great film director. Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, some brilliant films.
2001: A Space Odyssey.
Clockwork Orange.
Yes, yeah. So when this subject came up, I was really...
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yes, although that gets a bit... Yeah.
Nicole Kidman without much
Yes,
on.
for the majority
Anyway,
of the
back to the moon landings.
Well, there was a moon in it. Of sorts.
I also love analysis of film and analysing film myself, so this theory does kind of link into the moon landing in quite an interesting way. On top of the suggestion that he directed the moon landing, he allegedly confessed his involvement in the hoax through the film The Shining, which is also one of my favourite
We've
films of
all
all
heard
time.
of this, I think, haven't we?
Yeah, well, we watched it, didn't we?
We watched it as part of our research, just to refresh our
Yes.
outlook on it.
So, as a caveat, there are some very interesting, strange, unexplainable things that happen in The Shining, which have people confused, such as furniture disappearing between shots, the layout of the Overlook Hotel being inconsistent, characters entering a particular room and leaving different rooms in the same scenes, and even an entire carpet rotating between shots.
Wow.
So we looked for that, and
We did. We honestly did.
and didn't see it.
We didn't
Yeah.
notice.
There is a very good... I'll get onto it in a little bit, but...
Okay.
so
we want to know where this rotating carpet is.
yeah. So the film itself is bizarre anyway, so this theory kind of adds into that. Kubrick was also known to be a perfectionist, so it's unlikely that these mistakes, as he was known to retake shots over and over again until they were exactly how he wanted them. It's kind of
Yeah,
bizarre
'cause
that these mistakes
Didn't
would
he,
creep through.
in one shot, wasn't it like taken 400 times or something?
Yes, Shelley Duvall was kind of...
Screaming.
Yeah.
Oh, at the door,
Yeah.
where the axe is coming through.
Yeah, I think that whole sequence, he took kind of 400, 500 shots, and yeah, we'll go into that in a different...
I would say a lot of shots. People would like to expand it a bit. That's a lot
Oh,
of
yeah, it's
shots. That's a lot of
exaggeration.
shots.
It's rife.
A poor woman, she would be screaming by the end of that.
So yeah, the one theory that sticks out the most to me, and the reason I'm bringing it up, is the moon landing confession.
Right.
So the fact that he used The Shining as a confession to the moon landing. So I'm going to try my best to explain this theory.
Okay, go for it.
The theory begins with another brilliant Stanley Kubrick film, 2001: A Space Odyssey. That was released in 1968, just 1 year before America had landed their first manned mission on the moon in 1969, with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin,
And the third one.
whose name was Michael something.
Yeah, we're going to feel really bad.
No, I should know this.
Michael Collins?
Yes, no, it was
I
Mr.
believe.
Collins. He really never gets it. He should literally have. He always misses out, bless
He
him.
did the hardest bit as well to kind of
Yeah.
keep it.
Yes, he was making sure they got back.
Why do I kind of feel like they should all have like jumped out at the same time?
Yes, so since Stanley Kubrick had already shot 2001: A Space Odyssey, it was believed that he was hired by the American government to shoot the fake landing. In quotations, the fake landing.
Right.
If you watch that film, the visual effects are unbelievable,
Phenomenal.
for the time, and this has led some people to suggest that he used similar visual techniques and effects to create a convincing-looking moon landing. You can kind of see in the film that it's very ahead of its time. So the theory is that potentially he used the same technology to fake the moon landing.
Although that would have been, it was 1980. The Shining was released, wasn't it?
Yes.
So we're talking good old 10 years. I
Yeah.
mean, it was released in 80, so I know he was probably filming it in 79, wasn't he? So 10 years.
Over 10 years, yeah.
10 years. So technology would have improved anyway.
Yes.
In 10 years of filmmaking.
Yeah. So this is where The Shining comes into the theory. Conspiracy theorists believe that there are multiple clues in the film that point to the fact that Kubrick shot the moon landing, and this was his way of confessing it. So just a disclaimer, I don't personally believe this theory. I'm not sure any of us really
I'm
do.
going to
But
jump in there. They believe it's his confession, but
Yes.
it must be pointed out that he, while he was alive, never.
no, I think
And-
there's also a...
And am I right, Jack, in thinking that most of this came out after his death? Because I know
Yeah.
that his family have been adamant that they wished people wouldn't keep bringing this up
no,
because
sorry.
because their family said he never had anything to do with it. He didn't film the fake moon landings, and they wish that people would stop going on about this.
Okay, I apologise
Now-
to the Kubrick residents.
But then you'll have people saying, "Oh, that's because the government is probably threatening them if they say they didn't."
Well, anyway, I'm just bringing it up because it's an interesting.
So anyway,
Yeah.
we're coming from the focal point of the conspiracy theorists
Yes.
who say there's things in this film
Yes.
that are so blatantly obvious
Well.
that he's saying,
Yeah.
I'm giving you the clues here, guys.
Okay, so I'm going to try and my best to explain these.
Go for
Okay, go for it.
The Overlook Hotel.
There we go. Yeah.
At the beginning of the film, it's mentioned that the Overlook Hotel was built on an ancient Indian burial ground. The manager of the hotel, who shows Jack Torrance around, has an American flag on his desk, and in front of the window in his office is an eagle. This is thought to be a nod to the lunar landing module named Eagle. That's a bit of a stretch, though.
Okay. Are we going to go through all this and then pick up on these points and discuss
Well, you
these points?
can. I'm just presenting it.
Wasn't there another part of this?
Yeah, see, I spotted something yesterday. Tell me if you've got this down.
Possibly.
But the eagle, I dare say you're going to talk about the window, aren't you, as well?
Not in this theory, but I
Okay,
think I know what you mean.
okay,
Yeah.
We'll talk about maybe the window in a bit. So you've got the eagle and definitely the flag sitting on the desk.
Yeah.
Okay. However, people at that time, and lots of people, even now, have an American flag in their office
Yeah.
room or whatever. What I noticed, whether it's got anything to do with this, the name of the manager is prominent in all the time in that
In
shot.
the shot, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't go out the shot. It's there, right in the bottom of the screen. I can't think what the manager's name was. It's Stuart.
Stuart.
Astronaut.
Yeah. But if you read it with it from the front, the words Starman. over the
Oh.
name.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I didn't know that.
Now
Really?
they could have chosen any name.
Yeah.
They
And
could
that
have
was
chosen any name,
interesting that
but in that name, you don't have to juggle the letters about or anything.
Yeah.
You can see Starman.
there's a couple of extra letters in there, but it does say Starman.
Now,
Oh, there we go.
what's the coincidence that the manager would have Starman in his name?
I did not know that.
There you go. We noticed that yesterday.
Yeah, we
didn't
did.
Congratulations.
I'm proud of that now.
Maybe we're the only people that noticed
Oh, yes.
Starman.
Sorry, Kubrick residents. We're adding to the theory.
Adding to the theory.
So the second one was the carpet patterns.
Right.
In a
Yeah.
shot taken from above, we see Danny Torrance, son of Jack Torrance, playing in the corridor on a patterned carpet. Conspiracy theorists believe that it looks strikingly similar to the Apollo 11 launch pad. He even has toy cars
yeah,
and vehicles placed
Yeah, that sequence. Yeah.
around the carpet in a similar way to where vehicles would be on the launch site.
Right.
Yeah.
In the same scene, Danny eventually rises up from the carpet and he is wearing a sweater/jumper, depending on what country you're in.
A very poorly knitted one.
Yes. And on it is a rocket with the text Apollo 11. And it's actually got the
Very,
rocket.
very blatant, yeah.
So
Yeah.
what we're saying is when he stands up, he is literally
yeah.
taking off from the launch site.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
This is seen as a big clue that Kubrick is indeed talking about his involvement with the fake moon landing project. As Danny rises up from the carpet, seen as the launch pad, wearing his jumper, Apollo 11, he enters the dreaded room 237. Now, in the book, the room number was 217, but it is widely believed that Kubrick changed it to 237 as the distance between the Earth and the Moon is roughly 237,000 miles.
Yep.
I actually googled this just to make sure, and it actually said 238,000 miles.
Oh.
But I assume this is some kind of estimation, or
Well, since
it does
then
vary.
they've obviously
Measured
checked
it.
with the mirrors on the moon. and
Yeah.
They've made it exact. This is-
Well, I thought that was interesting. 'Cause it's like,
let's put it this way: it's very close
yeah,
to the figure.
I thought that was kind of a bit of a contradiction though, because if we can tell how far away the moon is, then surely we would have been able to.
So what was the
Get there.
what was the number of the room?
Room 237.
But that wasn't the number of the room in the book.
In the book, it was 217.
Yeah, so there was no real reason for him to. I mean, I've got to say that he changed a lot of aspects from the book.
Yeah,
I don't think Stephen King was that happy with him.
not till now.
So he changed a lot of aspects. He didn't. A room number is a room number, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't need to change it. Actually,
Yeah.
change it to a number that is either very, 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 very close
It's for a reason.
to the distance from
It's for a reason.
Earth
Yeah.
to the moon.
I also saw something in a documentary I watched, which I'll bring up in a minute, on the actual tag on the key to the door.
Oh yeah, I saw that tag.
It says room number, but NO237, so room NO237, which apparently is an anagram for moon room. But that it does feel like a bit of a stretch. I
That
didn't
does
write,
feel like a
that's not in my notes, but I know that was something
that's
that,
stretching it a little
that
bit.
feeds in. You wait for the other ones.
Okay.
Ooh.
Other small clues that I found doing my research we know the famous moment when Jack Torrance is writing, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." This is very silly. Apparently, all, as in ALL, is actually A11.
Okay, Apollo
Meaning
11.
Apollo 11.
No, I think that's
That is
stretching it a little
that
bit.
is a
One
super
of-
stretch.
One of the biggest reaches, yes.
Yeah, that's a super stretch.
Why do I imagine somebody going through like that frame by frame to
Trying
check to see if
yeah.
one of them looks like a one?
What things they can kind of almost if
Yeah.
carry on.
When Danny comes out of room 237, he has been beaten, and his Apollo 11 jumper is torn and ripped. He is also silent and doesn't speak when asked what's happening. This is to represent the secret that Kubrick was forced to keep after his involvement in the hoax. This is also added to when Jack Torrance begins to go crazy and rants about his responsibilities for the hotel secrets. So this was basically Kubrick using his characters to vent his
I think from that
frustrations.
point, we only hear Tony speaking, don't we?
For a bit, yeah.
His imaginary friend.
You do your tone.
Hi, I'm Tony. Danny's not here right now.
Danny's gone away.
Hi, Jack. Hi, Buzz.
I'm wiggling my finger right now.
You have to
I don't
wiggle,
remember
you have to
that
wiggle your finger.
line. That might be possibly an extended one, which I've not seen.
Oh, really?
Really?
I don't remember
There was
that line.
half an hour.
Really?
extended.
Yeah, because we
Yeah,
watched
'cause
the extended
He was
version.
talking
didn't
to
we?
his mother, who what's the surname of the
Torrance.
Torrance? So he's like, yeah, hello, Mrs. Torrance.
Yeah, and he's wiggling his
not
fingers. isn't he?
here anymore.
I've never seen that scene.
You know?
No.
We finally found
Oh,
something.
that Jack hasn't seen.
'Cause I was
no, we ruined it for you.
We were
Jack.
going through the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I've seen The Shining, but I probably saw The Shining back in the early
I've only
80s.
seen. I know
so-
there's a UK cut and an American cut. I've only ever seen the UK cut, which is considerably shorter.
Yeah,
And I know you've seen the American cut.
yeah, which is like half an hour longer.
Yes. And we were trying to figure out which bits I haven't seen, and that's obviously one of them.
Okay. Danny's gone to the moon. That was the bit that probably tipped us off. That. Don't spoil it.
There are some bizarre details in the film that could
Okay,
be
okay.
considered clues or
Okay.
confessions. However, if you found this theory interesting, I recommend a documentary called Room 237, which goes into a lot more weird theories about this
Okay.
film. Some of them are just very bizarre, and some
Yep.
of them are interesting. But as this was the moon landing episode, I thought it was an interesting theory to bring up. My personal feeling about this theory is that it's all nonsense. I don't believe it at all.
Okay.
I still believe there are some weird kind of hidden meanings in The Shining, but not this
Okay.
theory in particular.
Is there anything else you want to add on that one? Or can I jump? Oh, you can. Zach was
no.
jumping.
Well, you've added to my
Because
thing.
there was something that was it you spotted that on the murals
Ah, yeah.
in
Okay,
one of the
so
rooms.
Hotel is built supposedly on a Indian burial site,
Yes.
which I've got to say is a bit of a trope.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of horror movies.
The year before, 1979, the Amityville Horror came out,
Mm.
which was the first movie that had the house built on a.
Yeah.
And later you had the Poltergeist.
And it's kind of, I think that when it comes to The Shining, okay, I'm not knocking your favourite director here, but with Amityville Horror, it starts off with a family being murdered, and then the father turning the shotgun on himself in a building.
Let's take a dark turn. This podcast.
in a building that's built on an Indian
Burial
burial
ground.
ground.
And Poltergeist is another one.
And then you got and The Shining. You've got a hotel,
Yeah.
which is built on an Indian.
Well, that's
burial
kind of
ground.
Stephen King's fault.
Yeah.
Not Stanley Kubrick.
But Stephen King obviously didn't write the Amityville Horror, but that kind of Indian burial ground with Pet Cemetery and other things
Yeah.
has become like a horror movie trope. And then with The Shining, he's there in the manager's office, and the manager tells him that one of the previous caretakers had got cabin fever, killed all his family, and then shot himself with a shotgun. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, there's kind of a very, very similar thing going on between this and a movie that came out the previous
Yeah.
year. But then, this is what got it for me, is in the Amityville Horror, it suddenly flashes up a slate saying, 1 month later. And what does he do in The Shining?
Yeah.
1 month later.
Tuesday.
Hang on.
Hang
Stanley
on.
Kubrick has basically redone.
I do know that
The Amityville Horror.
as a slight counter argument, I have heard that there was some studio interference, and they kind of tried to make him turn it into more of a conventional horror film. So I wonder if the studio kind of had interference.
Back to
Yes.
the ladies. I'm just saying that for me, I remember the Amityville Horror, and it's kind of like, hang on a minute, we're watching almost the same movie here.
Yeah.
It was on an American Indian burial ground, and if you remember, the manager is showing him around, and there are lots of different murals
sculptures and
depicting
things,
Native American artwork. And there's a scene there, see if you can remember this, Jack, where Jack, the caretaker, is throwing a baseball against a wall.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, and then he ends up throwing it down the corridor. If you look at that scene, he's throwing it against the wall, which has got a massive mural on it that shows what looks like 4 Saturn V rockets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Some
I know
people-
that either.
Big Saturn V rockets on the wall. Some people have also suggested that not only do they resemble the Saturn V rockets, but they could also resemble arrows.
Yeah.
And Apollo, the god Apollo, obviously had a
Used
bow and
arrows.
arrow.
A couple of ones.
So, but they definitely, I've got to say, they definitely do look like large Saturn V rockets.
There was a couple that I didn't write down, but I know of. One of them I've just remembered.
So have you
yeah?
heard that one before?
No,
Oh,
I've not had that.
Hey.
Something for you to check
That's
out.
2.
then.
That's 2.
One of them was. Have you heard of the Gemini missions?
Yes.
There was something to do with the fact that in the book there's only one ghost child.
Yes.
Forever and
one ghost
ever
child, but there were two
and
children that got killed, but they weren't, as you
Yeah.
were going to say, twins.
But he changes them into twins, and
Yeah.
apparently that's something to do with the
Gemini project, which
Yeah.
was in fact the first low orbit mission of astronauts from America.
Yeah. One of my favourite pieces of evidence. I've just remembered. Evidence, I say.
Okay.
In the famous scene where Jack Torrance is stuck in the food cellar and he's
Yep.
kind of going a bit crazy,
Yep.
there's a shelf behind him
Mm-hmm.
full of a drink called Tang.
Okay.
Now, this is an advert from 1970.
We did see a lot of product placement in
Yeah.
that scene,
There
especially
is-
Heinz tomato ketchup. and-
Yeah.
In that scene, there's some Tang.
Okay.
And this is an advert.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, listeners, you're not going to see this. This is an advert.
This is an advert for Tang, Spaceman, from 1970.
This is a typical meal served to astronauts aboard Apollo space flights. Oatmeal, sausage, toast, applesauce, and in a special zero-gravity pouch, Tang, the energy breakfast drink. Orange-flavored Tang with rich, natural flavor and more vitamin C than orange juice. Energy Tang for spacemen and Earth families.
Right.
There we are.
Oh, no, we didn't see that.
That's
It
another.
kind of looks like Tango.
Tang,
It does a little bit, yeah.
Maybe,
Maybe-
Tang turned into Tango.
Yeah, it might have done.
You know, just like Marathon became Snickers and
Yeah.
things like that. Name changes.
They added an
Who
O.
knows? I didn't know drinking a Tango. I was drinking Spaceman juice.
Maybe they added an O because Apollo has an O on the end.
Yeah. Tang. Apollo.
Yes. So if anyone wants to say anything else about that.
Okay, well, we're discussing the theories behind the Kubrick movie, The Shining. The impossible window.
Oh, yeah.
In the office, the manager's office, when he arrives and he goes for his interview, there is clearly a window behind the
Yes.
manager's desk where you can see trees
Pointing very clearly outside.
outside.
Yeah.
But when you look at the position where it's depicted in the hotel,
Mm.
there must have been
There
just
should be a corridor.
Yeah.
or, well, certainly not a window to the outside. So people have been calling that the impossible room or the impossible window,
Yeah.
meaning that it's the impossibility. You see, it's impossible. They couldn't have gone to the moon. It's impossible.
Huh?
And that was another.
There are similar things to that. If you want,
I know you've got Starman, remember, sitting at the desk with his flag and his
his
eagle,
eagle, yeah.
in
Exactly.
with the impossible window.
If you watch Room 237, as I say, there are a few kind of things that add to that. There's one of, it's obviously a famous scene. Even if you haven't seen The Shining, you know the shot of Danny Torrance on his tricycle
Yeah.
going around the
Round,
hallways.
Yeah, it's very iconic.
There's a part of the film where
In fact,
he's.
we were saying that we wanted a couple of those.
Oh, yeah,
bikes.
that would be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, we wanted.
I've actually seen that carpet as well in B&M.
Have you
I
really?
wanted to get it.
Wow.
You got a shining
Oh,
carpet.
that'd be awesome.
But anyway, he's the famous shot is the camera tracking behind him,
Yeah.
following him down the corridors. Someone mapped out the actual route he takes, and he actually goes up a floor
Right.
without actually ever going up
a
any
floor.
stairs.
Weird.
Well,
It's
you
kind
said
of
this a few times in your description about this. Things in the hotel. Kubrick being,
Meticulous.
meticulous
Yeah.
with his filming and making shots. But I understood from watching it that things changed, like the impossible window or impossible room and the layout, the hotel and the carpet changing and furniture moving. And there is a depiction of the maze on a table where Jack is looking down at the maze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also where the maze is outside, there is a picture of the maze on a board, and they don't match up at all. The maze is different.
The maze is a weird one.
Yeah.
It also changes size a lot.
Well,
doesn't it?
the maze in the book, it
Yeah.
was topiary animals.
Okay.
Okay, in the book there were meant to be topiary, there was no maze. Okay, and then when, I think it's in the final, I haven't read the book for years, but I think in the final sequences where Danny's trying to escape with his mum, the topiary animals come alive and try to attack them.
Yeah.
And Kubrick said, well, we're not going to do
I'm being
this.
attacked by leaves.
This is like asking me to film the moon landing. So he switched it to the maze. But the point is, the maze doesn't match the picture of the maze outside.
Yeah.
There are all these differences. And as you say, there's differences within the hotel and the layout and everything keeps changing. I put that down to the fact that that's part of the malevolent spirit, that things, the whole hotel itself changes.
It itself is a maze.
Yeah, itself is a maze, and it's changing.
I think on as subtext as well, I think Kubrick wants to make you feel a bit uneasy without really noticing it.
Very much.
Yeah, I mean, the music really did.
Music's great, yeah.
And I kind of couldn't help but I thought when I was watching the maze and they're charging through the maze in the snow, and taking into consideration almost like things, the Impossible Room, which kind of made me think of the room of requirements in Harry Potter, that it's a room that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And that room obviously can't have a window to the outside. Things in the hotel changing, and although we didn't see the carpet flipping round, Hogwarts, things move all the time.
It wasn't obvious.
It's almost like the hotel was Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And the maze resembled, I think it's the Goblet of Fire. They had a maze in it,
Oh, the triangle.
charging around.
That's twice that's come up today.
And it's kind of like, I think J.K. Rowling might have got some ideas.
I mean, yeah, she did take a few ideas
Yeah.
from...
But, okay, so back to our moon landings. This is going to be Kubrick's confession.
Yes.
A confession that he never
Yeah.
actually physically said anything about.
I believe there is also a mockumentary called Dark Side of the Moon.
Somebody pretending to be him.
Yeah, it was kind of like it was kind of pointing fun at the theory.
Yeah, I think there was somebody who was meant to be kind of like a Kubrick lookalike.
Yeah.
And I think, again, his family got really annoyed about that.
Yeah.
So where do we all stand on this? Well, how do we explain it? I've got to say that it's so blatantly obvious that Stanley Kubrick put things in there pointing towards the Apollo missions and possibly the Gemini ones as well. That could have just been a coincidence. So how could this be? Why was it? Now, for me, I know that man has landed on the moon because the two biggest pieces of proof for me is the lunar orbiter that has hence scanned the whole surface of the moon in high resolution and has photographed all the landing sites, and you can see where those landing sites are. In fact, even today, funnily enough, a friend of mine on social media put up a picture that he bought himself a new big refractor telescope because he's an avid astronomer. And some of the posts after that were other astronomers saying, oh, if you look at these coordinates, because of the telescopes these days, you can basically, they're all computerized, so you can punch in the coordinates and you say, I want to look at the Horse's Head Nebula. And rather than like in the old days where you'd search for it, just literally using GPS and everything, it goes, turns itself. And exactly, you literally ask it to show you things. And they'll give him all the different coordinates for the different landing sites. Oh, you've got to try and see if you can see this one and that one and the rest of it. So the landing sites are there.
Yeah.
They are there. And when mankind goes back to the moon, they will be inevitably proved to be there. Yeah. And the other piece of proof is, as we said right at the beginning, that's why I said about right at the beginning, you're jumping on the thing about Russia. Other space agencies tracked them. Yes. And those governments who don't like America would be the first people to say, no, you're lying, you naughty, naughty Americans. You've never been to the moon, have you? See, that's exactly what they would do.
They wouldn't leave it to the people to try and figure it out.
Yeah,
they wouldn't leave it to the people. They would say, no, it never happened. We can prove it. There was no moon landing. So,
or we didn't track you.
So, from the perspective of the proof and the things that we've discussed, I personally can't speak for everybody else on the planet, but I am adamant that the moon landings occurred. They are a real thing. Now, if that's the case, Stanley Kubrick, as a director, knows that he didn't film the moon landings because the moon landings actually happened.
Yeah.
So then we have to ask ourselves, well, if that's the case, why has he put these things so blatantly in his movie?
Yeah. There are a lot of different
there are a lot
interpretations of the film.
there are a lot of. I mean, you could say that maybe he was himself a very avid backer of the whole idea of America going to the moon, and decided to put it in as a homage to going to the moon. But countless movies, directors put Easter eggs in them, don't they?
Yes.
E.T. There's Yoda walking down the street in the Halloween bit.
Yeah.
Look, we're at Raiders of the Lost Ark, and there's R2D2 and C3PO on a bit
And
of.
his plane's called
Which
Obi-Wan.
obviously make no sense within the
Obi-Wan.
context of the film.
Make no sense, but filmmakers do that. They like to drop things in. For me, it is so blatantly obvious that he has put these things in there for a reason, known best to him. But because the moon landings did happen, he therefore would have known he didn't film them. Okay?
Yeah.
So he's not making a confession. So we've got to just surmise why he did that. And the best thing I can come up with myself, or how I feel about it, is that if between because he brought out 2001: A Space Odyssey in '68.
Yeah.
The moon landings happening, which was a phenomenal movie of its time.
It still holds up now.
Yeah. Then 1 year later, you get the moon landings. Going back to you saying some people, that can't be, that's unbelievable. And then that 10-year stretch through the 70s, it makes me wonder if somewhere along the line, people were already saying, whispers were coming through to Stanley Kubrick saying, people reckon that because you did 2001: A Space Odyssey, Odyssey, that you filmed the moon landings, and that kind of rumour.
You want me to film the moon landings? Here you go.
So as a director, he goes, right, okay, I'm doing this. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do the moon landings.
What's the most creative way I can do it?
Sneak in the moon landings that everybody keeps telling me that I supposedly filmed.
I can just see him being like, I'm gonna make a confession that everyone's gonna believe I faked the moon landings, and people are going to talk about it on a podcast in 40 years' time. He's like, what's a podcast?
I don't think he necessarily thought that deeply about it. He probably just thought. I mean, you both are film directors yourselves, and if you heard that somebody felt that you'd done something as a secret, you might yourself say, do you know, I'm going to just sneak a little homage in here.
Just to tease people.
Something on a shelf in the background, something here, something there, just because,
because some things are unexplained, and they are left unexplained.
I mean, he certainly put that in there.
No,
that was not totally.
There's no question. No
questions. I couldn't help myself. Director's name, Starman. It was there right in front of you. He's put these things in there, but it certainly isn't
for people to talk about.
Yeah, but he's done it for his own reasons and not as a confession for the moon landings.
Yes,
so that's how I feel. Anyway.
Yes, and to add to that as well, there are countless different theories as to what the film means and everything.
Yeah,
this isn't the only one. There's other things about how it's to do with America, how corrupt America is and everything. There's a lot of different interpretations.
I find it's very dodgy ground sometimes to walk on the analysing films
because
and
it is possible to overanalyze something.
I mean,
I love film analysing. I don't.
I know, but
I can go
I
far.
mean, there was a particular author. I can't for the life of me which one it was, because this is back when I was at school, and when you used to do those book studies at school, and you had a horrible question that came up saying, "What do you think the author was thinking about?" Yes, and they put one of these authors to take his own exam questions, and when it got to that, it's like, I was actually thinking about, I could really do with another cup of tea. But if you put that on an exam paper,
you get zilch.
Because they want a really deep and meaningful and thoughtful. And as an author, he just said, well, no, it's not deep and meaningful. I wrote the story, it's coming out of my head, it's flowing, that's how it is. There's nothing deep and mysterious and wonderful.
I just wrote a story.
I just wrote a story. And I think that over-analysing things can be a big
It
danger.
is possible.
People can go too far.
As a slight counter, I do think film is an art form, and there are lots of expression that goes
definitely.
into film. Nothing's just to tell the story. There are things going on.
I mean, and books as well. You just look at Animal Farm and things like that. They have meanings behind them. You can read Animal Farm and take it as
a story.
A story. You can watch Animal Farm, the animated.
You can see it for its surface value,
but then you can look deeper. But then without understanding exactly what it's trying to tell you about Russia, and so I fully take on board that, but sometimes you can go, yeah, I suppose it's that fine line you got
It's a
to.
fine line.
I recommend you try Room 237 because there are some very silly theories, as you say, that go way too deep and make too many connections, weak connections.
Yeah, we'll look it up, and you need to go and check out the giant
I need to watch
Saturn
the
V rockets, and you need to check out
Watch the extended version of The Shining.
I do,
the
yeah.
Starman.
Yes.
It was right in front of you, Jack. It's right in front of you.
Honestly, how did you miss that?
It's interesting because
It's
that
proof.
even when I was researching, that didn't come up in any articles.
That
or
was the
anything.
first thing I said, wasn't it? We're watching it because we were we were watching it not only for because I hadn't seen the extended version, and as I haven't seen it for years. Was it the first time you'd seen The Shining?
Yeah, it was the first time I'd seen it.
But we were specifically also watching it instead of just watching a movie
through the lens of
we were looking for these
little things.
Yeah, in
tales,
preparation for this podcast.
and that jumped out me. That
Yes.
just
Straight
jumped
away.
out me straight away. Starman.
There we go.
I mean, coincidence, I don't know. Anyway, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
As a kind of end to that little
yes,
bit.
yes.
Ooh, I feel that this theory is a step too far, or should I say, one giant leap too far.
Oh, you've been waiting to pop that one in there.
Yes.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I don't know. What time is it?
Time? I don't know.
What's
It's time for everyone's favourite segment.
Oh, yes!
Yes.
Let's get quizzical.
Let's get quizzical, quizzical. I want to get quizzical. Let's
me
get
hear
into
your mind talk.
No,
Let me hear your moon talk.
Yeah, let's
Moon talk.
Moon talk. Or let me see your moonwalk.
Oh, yeah.
We need to work on that.
A bit small in here.
If it's
Next episode, we'll work on that one.
okay.
Okay.
When we're on Mars,
Yes.
can you moonwalk on Mars? That's a good question.
Or is it Mars Walk?
Is Mars walk? Yeah. Or should it be an Earth walk when you're on Earth? I don't know.
We'll definitely do a Mars episode. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
I
sounds
love
like
the
good
idea.
fun.
Anyway, it's quizzical time. Let's get quizzical.
Okay, 3 questions. These are to do with the moon.
The moon.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay. They're probably quite easy, but I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
fail completely on this. Yes.
I don't know.
Is it made of cheese?
Okay, question 1. What do many astronomers believe caused the formation of the moon? A, a meteor, B, the sun, or C, a volcanic eruption?
I would say a meteor.
Correct.
I would say a meteor colliding with the Earth and then the debris getting caught into the Earth's gravitational pull.
Yeah.
And when you're in space and in a void, flat earthers, when you've got a mass, you have mass weight. More mass you get,
Crushing it all into-
more mass you get, the more gravity crushes in on itself.
Yes.
And then you have this ball of rock. Which is then,
Notice it's a ball.
yeah, it is a ball. It's a sphere. Okay, it's not a flat disc. It's a sphere which then is locked. It's got gravity of its own. Although I think it's isn't it moving like a centimetre or something away from the Earth
Every
Yeah,
year.
progressively, yeah.
you know, to the tiniest amount, but suppose, and that is then counteracting against Earth's gravity. So that's where we go. And of course, flat earthers. That's why we have tidal tides, where the moon pulls. The
Yes.
gravitational pull makes the sea go out.
It's kind of like an egg shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the tide. That's why we have tides, because the Earth
We
moves.
never covered tides on flat Earth.
The Earth moves under the water, basically, doesn't it? And
Yeah.
the moon pulls the water away from the surface.
Exactly. So the tide goes out, and then as the Earth rotates away from the moon,
Yes.
that becomes the gravitational pull becomes weaker, and the tides come in.
So
something like that.
yeah, so
Okay, so we got that one.
So-
Question 1.
most astronomers believe that a large asteroid struck the Earth, and the molten rock thrown into space from the impact formed the moon. So that's basically what you said. In more detail.
Well, there you go. Going back to what I was saying about a drop of water, obviously with surface tension, but if you have something in a void, it will. If you're up in the space and you see somebody in the space station and they have a drop of water, there's no gravity, but it's still through water tension creates a sphere. So you're talking molten rock, fluid
On a larger scale.
on a larger scale, and it's going to make that spherical shape, which then gets peppered by bits of.
Well, yeah, it's got loads of impact
Oh
sites
yeah,
on it.
because you've got pieces of debris zooming around all over the place, impacting.
Wouldn't that be like a really huge meteorite though?
What?
That hit the Earth.
Yeah, but this is it's got to be while the Earth is forming.
Okay.
So yeah, the Earth itself at that
So we're
time
talking
would have just
billions and
been-
billions and
it
billions
would
and
have- well, probably while we've got our stellar nursery of planets, with the debris around the sun, literally starting to slowly come together, clash, collide, compress down, and create the planets our known planets in our solar system. So it would have been very, very early on in there. So
Crazy to think about.
Yeah, but that's one of the things. If you can go up to the moon, I know they've brought moon rock back, and again,
We've seen a
small
piece, haven't
bits.
we?
Yeah, we have.
We've seen a piece of the moon.
But that's the thing.
That was at the Leicester Space
That's
Centre.
when you get
wasn't
the
it?
correlation between rock on the moon and rock on the Earth, and you can see the similarities, mineral contents, and all the rest.
Very
of it.
sparkly,
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you don't want it on your boots.
No. Question 2. What is the moon's atmosphere made of?
Oh, that's good. I didn't think the moon actually had an atmosphere.
Go with your instinct.
It hasn't got one.
Correct.
I was going to say, you're throwing me out there, Jack.
It was a trick question.
You're
The moon
making
is...
me feel like, what? Have I gone wrong here?
Have I missed something? A key bit of information?
Was moon atmosphere 101?
It's gonna make me sound really stupid if I don't know.
There
Yeah.
is no atmosphere.
Hey.
So the moon is too small to
Anyway.
have enough gravity to hold on to an atmosphere.
Yeah, unless you're having a party. You want some atmosphere at your party then.
Party on the moon.
Party on the moon. I bet you if they do that, they'll put a moon base there and they'll do things on it. You know.
Yeah.
You want some atmosphere? Come to the moon party base.
Moon club.
That sounds like an advert.
That's it.
Or a good
The
idea.
only place on the moon that's got a real atmosphere.
Okay, question 3. Final question.
Oh, only 3.
There's only ever been 3.
Yeah, there's only
Is
ever
there
been
be 3? Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
We can add more, but
No, 3's good. 3's good. We're on a roll.
Which planet in our solar system has the largest moon?
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I know what I kind of want to say, but it's probably going to be wrong. Don't know.
It's not a fact that's jumping into my mind. I would probably go for the biggest planet, which would be Jupiter,
That's what I was thinking.
but it might be something unexpected like Neptune. No, I'm gonna go.
Well, if we go for different ones,
Okay.
then we cover more
Don't forget,
ground.
the 2 gas giants are Jupiter and Saturn,
Yeah.
and it just strikes me that it should be. Off the top of my head,
I
cannot.
think Jupiter.
We're thinking Jupiter.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, thank
it's not
goodness.
Phobos, is it?
No, what I have here is Ganymede.
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 Right,
Oh.
Ganymede.
Ganymede is
Or
the
it's
largest.
Phobos. Which one's got Phobos? Which is the planet? For some reason, Phobos was coming to my head. Come on.
Name of a Doctor Who story, actually.
Yeah.
So Ganymede is the largest moon in our solar system. Earth's moon is actually the 5th largest. So
Oh.
we've got a pretty small moon. Or mid-table moon anyway.
Small moon.
There you go. That's,
the moon.
that is the end of Let's Get Quizzical.
Yay, let's
Hey.
get quizzical, quizzical.
Bonus question: is the moon a giant space egg?
No. And we don't talk about that Doctor Who episode.
Yeah, Doctor Who episode "Kill the Moon" with Peter Capaldi. It's not the
We'll get to
best.
that on Screen Planet soon.
Hey. So, what have we learned?
Oh, we've learned
Oh my
so
god, we've
much.
learned so much. I've learned about The Shining, which I didn't expect.
Yes, we've learned stuff about The Shining. We've learned stuff about The Shining. We've learned stuff about
The moon landings,
the
space
moon
travel.
landings, and the conclusive proof that they're real. That Kubrick's film isn't a confession.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Open it up to the audience.
Yeah, come on.
Comment below. What do you think?
What do you think? We're not trying to tell you or convince you of anything.
No, not at all.
okay?
I don't personally believe that theory. I just thought it was an interesting one to bring up and
yeah.
talk about. So.
Just as a poll, okay, I'm obviously 100% moon landings
Yeah.
are real because they did happen. Don't have to believe in them. They're real. What about you guys?
Make that 2.
Right,
They
so-
happened.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Okay,
Definitely
so,
happened.
So everybody here,
It's a subject that still fascinates
Is
me.
is a
it's still
moonite.
fascinating. Okay, for me, I want to see further exploration of the moon so people can actually see
Just
Conclusive. Yeah.
conclusive proof of the moon landings.
Unquestionable.
And then it's nailed, solid. But I'm sure there's some way somebody will be saying, no, it's all CGI.
we were saying earlier about the how it's going to be as common to go to the moon as it is to get on a plane, like a commercial air flight. We should just buy tickets for all the people who believe that the moon landings were fake. Just send them up first, show them the moon, and then bring them back down.
They hypnotised us. They used drugs.
They put gas in the air. No. But yeah, no, it's a fascinating subject.
Moon landings, they happened.
Yeah, that's what we feel anyway.
Just
You might feel different. Please put it in the comments.
the subject of space travel is just fascinating to me.
We
I love it.
got to come back and take a visit to Mars.
I mean, this episode's been
because Mars.
on for a
we've got-
while.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
It's goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Jack.
And goodbye from Zach.
Bye.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Now we know the moon landings happened. Now we know.
Now we know. Show.
Yeah.
and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest, and by the end we will have learnt something new, and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz,
And I'm Jack.
and in this episode, we're going to be finding out and discussing all about UFOs.
Ooh.
What is a UFO?
The truth is out there, as they say. Right, well, first of all, let's ask the computer, shall we? Shall we do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, computer, what's a UFO?
According to the Oxford Dictionaries, the abbreviation UFO, which stands for Unidentified Flying Object, dates back to the 1950s. It refers to objects in the sky that current scientific theories have no ability to explain, and people most commonly associated with extraterrestrial beings.
There you go.
There we
So
are.
that's what the
Okay.
computer has to say on it.
So it kind of implies that a UFO is kind of undefinable.
Yeah, and flying as well, which I thought was
Yeah.
interesting. Does it have to be flying?
Well,
Yeah.
that's exactly the thing. The abbreviation UFO, Unidentified Flying Object, has become kind of out of date. Really,
Yeah.
they're changing it to other abbreviations. The most
really?
popular one at the moment is a UAP, which is an unidentified atmospheric phenomenon.
Right.
But also the US Navy, I don't know if anybody else uses it, but they also have AAV for an anomalous aerial vehicle.
Right.
Okay, so they're all kind of similar things.
Similar,
yeah.
just different.
What
Yeah.
I can say is, when it comes to the unidentified atmospheric phenomenon, the reason people, talking about them again, are trying to get us away from the UFO scenario is because most people kind of associate UFO. Well, you're going to be bringing up about UFOs.
Yeah,
in
I've got a
minute.
couple of instances
Yeah.
where UFOs have been reported.
That's right, and because of the initial reports of unidentified flying objects, and then the newspapers get hold of it, turn it into your synonymous kind of
'Cause that's the thing.
flying saucer.
UFOs are synonymous with the idea of aliens.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to get away from that. Drop the UFO and change it to unidentified
is-
atmospheric phenomenon.
Yeah.
Basically, it kind of means the same, and I think I'm right in saying they also feel that it's since, and we're going to talk about more recent sightings, etc., as we go through this podcast. But I think it's that they also are going away from UFO because of the word flying.
Right.
Because I heard I think it was a US pilot being interviewed, and it was that these things that have been observed, unlike what we consider conventional flying as an aeroplane or a bird would do in our sense. So if you think of something flying, you kind of think under those parameters, a bird flying, a plane flying. These things don't act in the same way. Yeah, so it's not flying in the way we can
Define flying.
define flying.
So the physics are all different to what we'd expect
yeah,
from
they
something.
break a lot of the rules of the physics of flying.
Or what we know about physics.
Yeah. So that's why they've decided to change it to that unidentified atmospheric phenomenon.
So is that more of a broader term then?
Yeah, I think so. But then when we go back to just the term unidentified flying object, for me, I never kind of when you're a kid, you kind of think, ooh, UFOs, as in spaceships, aliens,
Flying saucers and
flying
things.
saucers.
But that's the thing. It
but-
doesn't necessarily mean
no,
aliens.
all it means is an unidentified thing that is
Flying.
flying through the air. But
Hasn't got an identifiable
it's just unidentified.
characteristic. Yeah.
And there's lots of these phenomenon which have been observed, and I'll talk about ones I've seen later on. But and then later on they can be explained. So although at the time of the sighting
They were unidentified.
later on then it's been cross-referenced. Maybe other people have seen the same phenomenon, and then they go, well actually it was such and such, and then it becomes an identified object and dismissed.
It ceases to be a UFO.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or
So
UAP.
what we're discussing is we want to get to the end of this podcast to see how we feel about the whole
Idea.
of these UFOs or unidentified atmospheric phenomenon. So from the start, I mean, I don't know what you guys feel about whether they are a real thing or not, and I'm not going to reveal what I think about it. So I think we should all kind of try and get through this podcast, discuss everything that we've got from our research, etc., and then see how we feel about it at the end. And you listening in, we'd love you to do the same. You've obviously probably had experiences or thoughts on this subject, or discussed this subject with your friends. So again, listen to the podcast, see what we sort of kick around, and then come to some kind of conclusion at the end. Do you think that's probably the best approach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, the earliest recorded sighting of a UFO that I have found.
Right, so this is earliest, but in the age of communication.
Yes.
It's been documented, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the earliest one I have found.
Okay.
In what we call the modern age.
Yes. So, this is a sighting from Kenneth Arnold in 1947.
Oh, I've heard of this
Okay,
one.
so we're past World War II at this point. World War II's been over for 2 years. So what would you see in the skies at that time? That's why I'm kind of setting the scene.
Okay. The origin of today's fascination can be traced back to civilian pilot Kenneth Arnold. While flying his small aircraft near Washington's Mount Rainier on June 24, 1947, Arnold claimed to have seen 9 blue glowing objects flying fast and at an estimated 1,700 miles per hour in a V formation.
Blimey.
He first believed the objects to be some sort of new military aircraft. This was, after all, just 2 years after World War II, as Jack said, and the first year of the Cold War. But the military confirmed there were no tests being conducted near Mount Rainier that day. When Arnold described the craft's motion as similar to a saucer if you skip it across water, the media coined the now ubiquitous phrase "flying saucer."
Yeah,
that's
where it stems from.
Yeah.
That's where it all stems from, the term flying saucer.
Out of interest, how quickly did you say they were travelling, or reportedly travelling?
1,700 miles per hour.
How close is that relative to an aircraft at that time?
Oh, I don't think... this is obviously, as you say, just a couple of years after World War II. Everything was subsonic then, surely. I mean, the Germans were developing, or had developed, the V2 rockets, but in order for long-distance strikes. But aircraft...
I don't think they would have reached that speed until
I don't
the
know.
60s, at least, at the earliest.
Yeah.
I have a bit more information on this.
Okay, carry on.
Soon other reports of a group of 9 UFOs cropped up across the region, including sightings by a prospector on Mount Adam and the crew of a commercial flight in Idaho. The government never offered a credible explanation for the sightings. It simply claimed Arnold had seen a mirage or was hallucinating, but UFO mania had set in, and just a few weeks later the infamous Roswell sighting would perpetuate the obsession.
Right, yeah, good old Roswell. So Roswell was
That's
also...
one of the most famous I've heard of Roswell.
Okay, so...
Funnily enough, that is the next sighting that we're going to.
Okay, so you got the dates and details on the
Yes.
Roswell
Yeah.
one. I've just Googled up the World War II plane speed.
Okay.
And we were talking over 1,000 miles an hour.
1,200, did you say?
1,700.
Oh,
Okay,
700.
so what I've just Googled is the fastest plane to see action during World War II, and that would be the Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet, which had a maximum speed of 702 miles per hour.
Blimey, so
So,
nearly 1,000
yeah.
miles per hour
But-
quicker
Yeah,
than any
and
any
what was the
aircraft.
chap's name?
Kenneth
Yeah,
Arnold.
and he was just flying a light aircraft.
Yeah, civilian
So
pilot.
civilian aircraft
So,
is
yeah.
going to not even touch upon even that speed.
Blimey.
But it's interesting to note that that is where the flying saucer, or the term flying saucer, came from.
Yeah.
Generated by the US press, obviously.
How many did you say there were in a V formation?
Instead of V formation, I think it was
9.
9 in a V
9
formation.
blue glowing objects.
So I assume they were saucer shape.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so you've got if you think of a flock of geese
Yeah.
flying,
Yeah.
then that gives you that V formation. I know that there's been a lot of sightings of when they say like triangular,
Yeah.
and if you had 3 dots, that would be triangular. But I'm assuming, still haven't seen a picture, and there is no, I presume, recorded picture of this. This is kind of, I'm imagining it to be like a flock of geese in that V
Yeah.
formation. If there's 9. Yeah, 1 at the tip, 4 each side.
That is to do with aerodynamics, isn't it?
Yeah, they get
Okay.
the slipstream of what's
Yeah.
in front, and it makes the lead goose, to the geese now. Lead goose is doing a lot more work,
yeah.
and then it's creating a slipstream, and that travels out, and that's why they spread out into that V
And then they
formation.
cross over.
Yeah.
And then they change it over. and
Yeah,
such
they
like.
reorganise.
Not that I'm a
It's interesting.
goose expert.
Next
Maybe we can do a
time on the
podcast.
podcast.
Geese.
It's interesting you talk about where we're at the moment in this timeline, because I'm sure I've heard things about certain kind of units in World War II seeing flying objects. There's a famous one. There's a photograph of it, isn't there, when they're all the lights are shining on one thing in the sky, and they fired off however many rounds they fired off, but there was never anything found or seen.
I'm assuming that if you were visiting, we don't really. One thing we don't want to talk too much about is aliens in this one, do we? We're kind of focusing more on the phenomenon of it. But if you're visiting beings from wherever you're visiting from, and you're getting all these people sending up incendiary flare rounds at you while the other gunners are going for it, you can. I don't think we'll bother. I think we'll go home.
Give this one a miss.
That's the thing.
We'll come back in a few years' time.
Because obviously this was the earliest report that I found.
Yeah.
But obviously, throughout history, in murals and things, ancient cave
I may be
paintings and things.
completely wrong, but they've termed the term ancient aliens, haven't they?
Yeah, I'd love to do a podcast
where
on that.
there are. We'd need to cover this. Really, and maybe we can cover this. We're going to be doing a further podcast specifically looking at the phenomenon of aliens.
Yeah.
And so I think we could probably look at that. But in the research that we do for that, we can find out if what we say in this one actually holds any water.
Yeah.
I may recall seeing images of cave paintings or something which might be reminiscent of I think people they call them alien greys, things like that, and from cave paintings upwards.
One of the Egyptian hieroglyphics is literally a disc shape, and a lot of people think they got that from a flying saucer.
And there's a lot of speculation about the pyramids of Giza being landing areas.
Yeah, Stargate.
And even the pharaohs having like the headdresses on, they think is some sort of inspiration from another being.
I think Battlestar Galactica, the original TV series, took. If you ever see that, or Google a screenshot, the helmets that the pilots wear are exactly that kind of pharaoh look. So we're seeing that across. So there must, I think there must be references further back than that.
But we'll say that for another podcast.
We'll say that for another time. We basically want to see if because that might be ancient people seeing these atmospheric phenomenon and trying to put them into some kind of context themselves.
Try and explain it.
So we'll stick from that first.
Yes.
Sighting 1947.
Next up, we have Roswell.
Right, the infamous Roswell.
The classic UFO story, I think.
This has been covered so many times by so many movies, and TV series.
Okay.
Even Indiana Jones, I think.
Yeah.
It's the mother of all UFO sightings, but no object was actually observed flying in the Roswell incident. In the summer of 1947, rancher William Mack Brazel discovered mysterious debris in one of his New Mexico pastures, including metallic rods, chunks of plastic, and unusual papery scraps. After Brazel reported the wreckage, soldiers from the nearby Roswell Army Air Force Base came to retrieve the materials. News headlines claimed a flying saucer crashed in Roswell, but military officials said it was only a downed weather balloon. Ever since, conspiracy theorists have been hard at work trying to prove the wreckage was extraterrestrial, with one man, Ray Santilli, going so far as to release a video in 1995 of an alien dissection,
I think we might have
reported to have taken place after the incident. Santilli would admit in 2006 that it was a staged film, but he maintained that it was based on actual footage.
There's a film with Anton Deck, isn't there? The Roswell. Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, they're all about that, yeah.
I've not it was bringing the
track it down.
Images of the film Paul.
Yeah.
Go to mind.
I can picture it because it's got like a big bulbous head, isn't
it?
It's
big
very
black
grainy.
eyes, and it's a very grainy black and white film, isn't it?
It's very convincing. If it obviously is false now, but it's very well done.
As it turns out, the government was indeed covering up something, but it wasn't aliens. The crashed weather balloon was in fact part of a top-secret military endeavour called Project Mongol, which launched high-altitude balloons carrying equipment used to detect Soviet nuclear tests. The Air Force provided plenty of proof in a 231-page report released in 1997 called Case Closed, Final Report on the Roswell Crash. Though the mystery has been thoroughly debunked, interest in the case has only grown, and Roswell's tourism is heavily based around its famous so-called UFO sighting. The town is home to the International UFO Museum and Research Centre, a spaceship-shaped McDonald's, and an annual UFO festival held each summer.
Right.
Ooh, that's a Now We Know show trip waiting to happen.
Now, obviously, we're in the UK, but I can't. Do you guys know? I can't, something's coming to my memory. That's kind of not far from Area 51. Am I right or wrong? Because isn't there a UFO restaurant place?
Nevada, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't there a restaurant place right outside Area 51 as well. Is it as well, or is it the same place? I don't know.
Possibly.
Maybe somebody can comment on that.
I think Area 51 is in Nevada.
Yeah,
I'm
Nevada.
not
Yeah.
sure about where Roswell is located, but
Okay.
maybe we're just putting two and two together.
Yeah, maybe.
Although, to be fair, because they always say that alien autopsy thing took place in Area 51. So potentially, if we were right to believe that the alien crashed at the Roswell site and then was taken to Area 51, it can't be too far away. That's just my logic, anyway.
I just assumed that Area 51 was kind of it's the big secret base.
Where they filmed the moon landing.
Yeah.
Where the Ark of the Covenant is stored.
That's the thing that there's a satellite image of Area 51, and there's a certain rock formation that's exactly the same as it was on the moon photos.
Ooh,
So
Oh dear, we missed that
Aye.
one out, didn't we?
back to the moon landings episode.
I just thought it interesting bringing up Area 51.
So have you got any feelings on? I mean, obviously.
Well, something certainly happened.
The interesting thing I took from that was when he said he admitted to faking it, but it was based on real footage, which is interesting to me.
But
'Cause
then
that's like,
later on, you said in 1997 that it got completely debunked.
Yeah,
But then
they
he's-
released a case file, didn't they?
but then he said it was based on real footage. So
Yeah.
it might not have necessarily been connected, but there might still be footage
Of
or
something.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
They might have just put that together as the story, but
Yeah.
it could be fragmented slightly.
So we have the infamous Roswell. So we've gone from basically a light aircraft pilot seeing his V formation shortly after Roswell crash. Of course, you've already therefore got UFO fever in the press. It would seem that many years down the line it gets debunked and it actually is a high altitude kind of weather balloon, and it is very strange how you get all these repeated times where it's put down to being a high altitude weather balloon when there's incidences, and they say, oh no, it's not any kind of craft other than a high altitude weather balloon. So but talking about UFOs, that's the thing, it's not the case of just jumping straight to thinking it's little green men from Mars in a flying saucer, because UFO, as we said before, it's just an unidentified
Flying object. It could be a plane.
Which is technically
Could be
what this
fine.
weather balloon was. to a
Yeah,
certain
it was an unidentified flying
And
object.
that reminds me of probably my earliest UFO sighting when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
So I may as well tell you about that, because I have seen things, and I'll bring them up as we go, and this is an ideal opportunity for me on this one. I remember being at primary school, it was lunchtime, playing out on the school field with my friends, kicking a ball about, whatever. I remember it being a sunny day, but with nice big cotton wool bubbly clouds. And it was one of my friends just said, oh, look at that. And I remember turning and looking, so there was a group of us, and I'll describe it as nothing other than obviously it was up in the sky and quite a way away from us, but it was just like a silver glowing cigar-shaped object
Okay.
that was tracking, not too fast, but it was tracking across the blue sky between the clouds. And that's exactly what it was like. People describe them as being like cylindrical,
Right.
and this was silver in its shine.
It was obviously close enough for you to see that it was.
See it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
To
mean,
see it was silver and what shape it was and everything.
It was an object that, and you could see it, and it was just travelling through that one of the blue patches.
It was almost like a plane without wings.
Yes,
Yeah.
the shape was the same at both ends.
Okay, yeah.
So you got round at both ends, like a cigar tube, but
Right.
not with a flat end and a round.
From what you were describing, it kind of reminds me from Star Wars. I think it's in Attack of the Clones when they go back to Tatooine. They're in like a silver kind of Naboo shuttle type thing.
Well, that was
looks-
kind of pointy. That one,
Yeah,
if
that
I
one
could-
was pointy.
But this
That's
was
what
just
I'm
like
kind of
so.
picturing.
I know we're going to talk about the Tic Tac sightings, or the US Navy have described them as Tic Tacs because of for those people that don't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a little oval. It's like a
It's like a pill shape.
like a pill shape, like a tube with a rounded end at each end. So
Yeah.
its dimensions are identical, and so
It's a
elongate that into more of a cigar shape
yeah.
length, and that's what I saw. But not just me. A group of kids around me saw it, and then as that tracked through, it went behind a cloud, and then it didn't come out the other side.
Ooh.
Did you get visited by a man in a black suit?
No. Well, no. I've got actually a story.
Because
not-
this
not
was
quite-
in England, wasn't it?
This was in England. This was actually in Hertfordshire. And the place of all sorts of folklore.
Yeah, as we've discovered.
As we've
We're
discovered.
uncovering some
Yeah,
crazy things.
and that's what I saw. And for years, I assumed to myself, as a kid, you've got furtive imagination. Wow, that was an amazing UFO. Like many have been observed and described. However, as an adult, looking back at that, because I've observed very similar things like that, where it looked, wow, it's caught my attention. It's this glowing silver object traveling across the sky, and then its course slowly changes, and the sun stops reflecting off the body of the passenger jet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You see, and so after seeing that later on in my years, seeing this glowing object and thinking, wow, the sun's, not that the sun's beaming off this thing, there's this glowing cigar-shaped thing travelling through the air, and then it's gradually turned its direction on its flight path, and then it's obvious that actually what I'm seeing is just a passenger plane at high altitude, and the sun's just been reflecting off its, because a lot of passenger planes could be silver or even white, and they'll reflect the sunlight.
Yeah.
And then
The
going
windows
back
and
to my childhood and seeing that, then I think to myself, actually, now I'm pretty much convinced that what I saw on that day, as well as my friends, was not a flying saucer, but actually probably was a high altitude plane that was just, because it was a sunny day with clouds,
bright day.
and I'm thinking about the direction I was looking, the school, I was on the field, I was looking towards the school. There was houses behind the school. We look at the sky and the clouds and everything. The one thing that is not in my memory, the one thing I was not looking at was the sun. If the sun had been in front of me,
You would have had to
I would have been covering
shield
my
your
eyes and
eyes,
shield my eyes. The sun was probably
and you probably had a
off to one side
long
behind me.
shadow in front of you.
It was probably off to one side or directly behind, which is making the reflection off that aircraft happen.
Yeah.
And when it went behind the cloud, it wasn't like it went behind a little cloud. It went behind quite a big chunk of cloud and never appeared out the other side. It could be, again, that it's just changed its flight path a little bit, enough that the sun is now not reflecting in our direction and causing that glow.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get to is not everything you see
Yeah.
is going to be a flying saucer.
So, in identifying it,
Yeah.
it's at that point when it becomes not a UFO.
Not a UFO.
Because you
technically-
have identified it
Yeah,
as
certainly
a
From
plane.
your perspective, it was UFO, but if it was a plane, then obviously it's not unidentified because they always,
Yeah.
you know.
At that time, when I was a kid, it was and stayed for many of my years a UFO.
Yeah.
But then later on in adulthood, when I observed a similar phenomenon and then observed it long enough for that plane to then become visible because the glare off of it died down, then it was like, now we've gone from unidentified to identified.
Yes.
In the first instance, when I was a kid, it was unidentified and I never had the opportunity to see it become unidentified.
Yes.
Now, you could argue maybe it was some kind of, phenomenon, which it wasn't an aeroplane.
Yeah.
But because I've seen something so similar,
Yeah.
now I look back and I think, well, no, it would probably,
Logically. Yeah.
logically that was a plane.
Yeah.
Although, just like I've
Did
said,
shoot laser beams.
just like I've said in previous podcasts, I'd love, for example, to know that Sasquatch
Yeah.
are a thing. And I'm not discounting it because, as we discussed in that one, the space in America, for example, and Russia and places like that, so huge that it could conceal something. So I'm not going to say yay or nay, but this is how I kind of feel with the UFOs, but more yay than nay, as we will reveal as we go on.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice teaser for the rest of the
Yeah, a
episode.
bit of a teaser there.
So, would we like the next sighting?
So that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Roswell. So that was
So that was
1950.
That was 47.
47 again.
Same year,
Summer
okay.
47.
Okay, next sighting. The Lubbock Lights in 1951.
The Lubbock, where is Lubbock? Is that states again?
Yeah,
Okay.
Texas.
Texas.
On the evening of August 25th, 1951, 3 science professors from Texas Tech were enjoying an evening outdoors in Lubbock when they looked up and saw a semicircle of lights flying above them at high speed. Over the next few days, dozens of reports flooded in from across the town. Texas Tech freshman Carl Hart Jr. even snapped photos of the so-called Lubbock Lights phenomenon, which were published in newspapers across the country, and Life magazine. Project Blue Book, which led the Air Force inquiries into UFOs, investigated the events, and its official conclusion was that the lights were birds reflecting the luminescence from Lubbock's new street lamps. Many people who saw the lights, however, refused to accept this explanation, arguing that the lights were flying too fast.
Very interesting correlation there with reflecting lights.
Yes, but there's the first thing I picked up on that one was that it seems to be the first one that you've described that's actually had a photographical picture taken.
Yeah.
The first one, it was a report. It was like aircraft. Second one, Roswell. Nobody saw anything flying, just reported wreckage. This one, we have a photograph. Suppose I haven't seen the photograph, so I don't know if we can punch that up at some point. But if you've got new street lights, I mean, street lights normally, surely they kind of beam downwards, upwards. I don't know. What year was that?
51.
So I don't know whether they were a bit more blatant with their streetlights and just let them go and beam out in all directions. But how often do you see illuminated birds?
Especially at night.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really natural for birds to be illuminated.
Oh, right. So Jack's just punched up now.
That's interesting.
That's pretty much exactly how I imagined it when you.
Yeah. But look at listeners. We've now got a picture of the Lubbock Lights, and
it's this V formation again, isn't it?
It's V formation, but that V formation is way too wide to be geese or any birds. They wouldn't fly like that because there seems to be two rows. Firstly, one V behind the other V, but they are. All those birds would almost on the front row would be lead birds because they're not
blobs.
They're not getting any benefit from the slipstream from the bird that would be the lead bird. The V has to be tighter.
There's no visible wings there at all.
Well, I mean, let's face it. When I saw the reflection of that passenger aircraft, I couldn't see the wings because the light blurs it out. Yeah. Now this is night time, but honestly, with street lights
going up
that much power upwards.
Yeah, especially at that altitude.
There's a more kind of defined there. It's kind of been rotated from the last picture, but it's the same photo. But they're very bright.
No,
that's definitely unidentified.
I would say that if you've got a bird that's big enough to, if you think of a bird like a swan or a goose, which is a biggish bird.
Goose again.
Goose again. Well, even swans, they fly V formation. But so a swan is a big bird and it's white. Mm-hmm. So if it was reflecting light underneath it and it's got its wings spread out, or what you were showing me would just uniform circular dots?
Yeah. I suppose you've got to take into account the cameras back then, probably.
Yeah, you're going to get... I don't know.
What did you say was actually reflecting off the birds? Did you say they had something on them? Or?
It just said
that it was the luminescence from the new street lamps.
But it said something about the birds, though, didn't
it? Its official conclusion was that the lights were birds reflecting the luminescence from the new street lamps.
Yeah, so it's the luminescence. The light.
Surely there'd have to be something like metal or something to get that sort of bright light. It couldn't just be the birds are.
If you take a photograph with your camera on your phone, if you take a photograph of the full moon, all you're going to get is a mushy blob.
Just a pinprick.
The light is so bright, it's so far away, it will not look. It doesn't resemble what it looks like with your eyes.
Yeah.
It will just be a blob. So, okay, if you beamed up some dirty great spotlights in the air to catch the underside of birds flying and photographed it, then maybe they would come out looking like illuminated blobs in a V formation.
Fair enough.
But that V formation you show me, I have never seen birds in a double V formation so close to each other.
It's a bit sketchy on this
It's more
one,
of like you said, it's more of a semicircle, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the report.
And you also, I mean, it's very wide.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're thinking, listeners, if you think of a normal V formation of birds, because I'm sure you've all seen them, and you touch your fingertips together to make that V formation, then open your hands up to a really kind of
obtuse
angle and have a secondary row behind the first row, but flying in between the gaps of the first row. Well, I've seen multiple bird formations when they're flying together. You get one V, and then you'll get a V further back, following
Yeah.
the tail bird on the other V.
Yeah.
Not like
Not
that.
like that.
Yeah.
So that's definitely would seem to be an unidentified, atmospheric phenomenon.
Yeah.
Whether it's intelligence behind it. I think that's where we need to kind of start thinking at this point in the show, whether these phenomenon whether they're random, natural phenomenon, or whether it's a phenomenon which has an intelligence behind it.
I think that would imply the aliens thing, though, wouldn't it?
Well-
that there's something inside piloting it, or
Okay, so if you think of something, take right up to date, you go fly a drone. You've got your mobile phone connected to a control panel. You can see out of that drone's camera, and you're flying it. There is an intelligence behind that drone, but that drone itself isn't intelligent. But it is being guided by something, and that's
It
something
has an
elsewhere.
intent. Yeah.
There's nothing in it that is a little green man flying the drone.
Yeah.
But there is an intelligence behind
It's
what
kind
it-
of a
what it
similar
does.
instance to, like, for instance, when we send rovers to, like, Mars and stuff.
Yes,
Could it be that an intelligence is sending similar kind of rovers or drones
Well, that's what.
to
One of those-
observe us?
one of those things from Star Wars. Wah, 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 wah,
Yeah,
wah.
yeah, that's
They
the
send
impression
it,
that was.
send
I
it to
like that.
Hoth, and
To
yeah.
Hoth, yeah, send out the probes, find the rebel base. No, but that's great. That's what we're here to discuss. What can they be? Because we've all heard of ball lightning, where you get normal lightning, but this is like a burning energy ball. People have observed those coming literally through their windows and bouncing around the walls in the houses and things like that, and then dissipating. That's burning a hole on the carpet and things. That's a natural phenomenon that is created by nature. And I'm sure there's all sorts of things, because people have seen. I mean, you've probably seen it yourself on the TV, where you see phosphorescent algae and corothium and things in the sea that make these amazing lights. And
Yeah.
things. If you were standing on the cliff tops and saw something out at sea, which was just the shimmering lights, you'd think, well, what the hell is that? Something under the sea? Is it something?
Yeah.
weird? That nature has a plethora of phenomenon, which
We don't even know
we-
half
half
about.
of it.
Yeah.
And we can all see things such as, again, it depends on the heat of the sun and things. You would see a mirage, imagining you're seeing something that isn't, because what was that phrase you used the other day, when your mind sees something and then your brain has to make sense of it?
The uncanny valley.
Yeah. Are we talking in the same kind of way as that?
Loosely, I guess,
Yeah,
but
I guess. But I mean, the point is, your mind, when you see something, like you're in the forest and you see that log that's in the distance behind a couple of trees, and think, "Geez, is that?"
well, that's kind of a
Bigfoot?"
primeval thing for us,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
To-
So your mind's trying to make
Yeah.
sense of what you're seeing.
What separates it for me is the whole with the photograph evidence, because the first story I noticed with the guy in the plane could very easily be put down to him being like hallucinating, or maybe
He could have been
dehydrated,
flying
or
for too long.
something like in his mind has caused that image to
Appear.
I'm not being funny. He saw it, that was a V-shaped formation, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Of
and
9.
and for another thing, he was the only one there, whereas this
Multiple
multiple
reports.
people have seen it, and there is photo evidence.
Yeah.
So for those ones tend to kind of capture my interest a lot more.
I agree, and I've got some in my research to talk about in a bit. But that's the fascinating thing on this subject. That's the crux. It is a thing.
Yeah.
You can't escape that UFOs, UAPs are a thing.
If it is unidentifiable, it is a
thing.
UFO
You-
or a
you-
UAP.
You cannot, in the first instance, stand there and state UFOs do not exist, because they do.
Literally,
what
it's a
it-
literal term.
But what it is where we need to find the research and the discussion. And then when you've got a sighting like this, where you say, and quite rightly, a lot of people have seen this sighting, and then you have photographical evidence to go on that as well, it is then you've got a tangible thing, haven't you? A thing has happened.
Yeah.
There has been something there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. In popular culture, you'd say that a spaceship or alien spacecraft would be a UFO. But at the point where you recognise it as an alien spacecraft, you have identified it as an alien spacecraft, it is no longer a UFO.
Because it's identified.
Yes.
It is now an identified
Alien object.
alien object.
Yes.
Well, yeah, well, that's
IAO.
exactly. It's an identified. Well, what was the other abbreviation? AAV.
AAV, yeah.
Yeah, AAV. And,
Atmospheric. Something.
that was the
UAP?
anomalous
Oh.
aerial vehicle. So what you just described, where you say it's definitely not a natural phenomenon, it's definitely a something like a vehicle with that is acting in a way that there seems to be an intelligence behind it, then it has become an anomalous aerial vehicle instead of an unidentified atmospheric phenomenon. Yes. Now that, whether that was an unidentified atmospheric phenomenon, but the structure of it, the structure in the photograph just seemed too regular to be just a phenomenon. It looked more like there was something,
An intent behind it.
yes, something behind it to have that structure in its shape and uniformity. Do you
Yeah,
agree?
because one of those kind of pictures kind of look almost like a honeycomb type
Yeah.
thing. It's kind of dotted,
Exactly.
like in a formation.
Exactly.
It seemed organised.
Yeah, they weren't just splattered about everywhere. They were certainly flying in some kind of formation.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to discuss and kind of really get our teeth into in this discussion.
But first, should we move on to my next sighting?
Next
go
in,
for
in the timeline.
Okay,
So
so
that was 19...
that was the Lubbock Lights was in 1951.
Okay.
Now we're going forwards to 1957.
Okay.
So we're 10 years off Roswell.
Okay, Leviland, if I'm pronouncing that right,
Are
1957.
we still in the States, do you know?
I believe so.
I'm sensing a theme.
Yeah.
So, Leviland, 1957. In the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind, there's a famous scene where a UFO makes the electronics in a car go haywire. The real-life inspiration for that scene came from an incident in 1957 when dozens of citizens of Leviland, Texas, individually reported seeing a rocket or strange lights that interfered with their vehicles, engines died, lights cut out. Though the police initially thought the reports were a hoax, they too saw the mysterious lights as they investigated the situation. Project Blue Book was assigned to investigate the case. Their findings: it was an electrical storm and ball lightning that caused the lights and the mechanical malfunctions, despite the fact that there were no reported thunderstorms in the area of that night.
Yeah. Well,
It's interesting that's the second time you've brought up the Blue Book thing. Do we know what that is?
I presume that the Blue Book is the old organisation, or what do you call it?
Kind of Men in Black
Yeah, but what would you call it in a government?
investigation.
Yeah, department. That's
Yeah.
going to be the government department of the US government. Whoever is assigned to Project Blue Book is that must be the old UFO sightings
The X-Files, basically.
kind of X-Files, because I'm going to bring it slightly up to date because you mentioned that.
Yep.
Because it's now the UAP, or the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force.
Okay, that's very blatant.
Yeah.
That sounds more aggressive, though, doesn't it? It
It
seems like we're
does.
in trouble.
Well, that's part of, if I'm right in saying, that's part of the US Navy. Since the Navy picked up video, which we'll discuss as we go along.
So by making it a
but
task...
they actually, sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
talk over you, but the US government have officially now accepted that unidentified aerial phenomenon are a real thing. That there is so much evidence, and video evidence as well as photographic evidence, that it is not. Well, there's no point in trying to cover it up anymore.
Yeah.
That's why they've released this information.
I suppose with the advent of the internet and things like this.
And they've released it. Well, also because these unidentified aerial phenomenon or AAVs could, regardless of what they are, where they're from, who's behind them or whatever, if it was an opposing military power that's got some really high-tech drones, or whether it's, little green men from Mars or whatever, the thing is they are finding these things, tracking these things. Their military planes are being buzzed by these things, and so they can quite honestly be a real threat in that a plane could have a collision and things. So they've set up this task force because it has to be there now.
Yeah.
To
Identify
and
find the
record
You
this.
said about the thing. You said about we need to decide whether it's a natural phenomenon or it's sentient. As soon as you said task force, that's
Yeah.
it. That's it for me. Because if it's natural, why would you need a task force?
Well, I'd like to think that what you need is scientific credibility regarding these investigations and these phenomenon, not what has been the case, which has mostly been speculative hypotheses on what they could be.
Yeah.
And I see that the American government has definitely taken a step down that road. They have now said they are a thing, and not only are they a thing, but we officially now have the
they're
UAP
accepting
task force.
Blimey.
And I will point out, they also have Star Force as well, don't they? Now?
Or Space Force.
Space Force. It's
Yeah.
Space
Oh,
Force.
wow.
Yeah, so they have got an
I've
official
heard of Space Force. Yeah.
They've got an official Space Force.
Become a stormtrooper today.
Yes. What's going on then?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting actually.
Yeah.
In terms of like where we go from here, the future.
Yeah.
If these things do turn out to be sentient, and it does kind of become common knowledge that there are things that could potentially visit us and they could be a threat, there's no reason why we shouldn't have a task force or a unit of the army that's dedicated to stopping things attacking us.
I see. Unlike finding other things like the Loch Ness monster and such like, again, the thing with these unidentified flying objects or UAPs, we'll just call them whatever comes first.
Yeah.
Okay? So used to call them UFOs. They are a thing.
Yeah.
The evidence is there. It's not. It's no longer is it pushed under the carpet and covered up, but it is a real. They are a real thing.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't feel like we were talking about folklore and things like this. It doesn't feel like a conspiracy anymore. It feels more like a.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird. I think we're jumping forward a little bit, but it's you kind of feel as if we're being now. Okay, guys, you've reached a point where if you had been told about this 100 years ago, you'd all be running for your pitchforks and going,
Witchcraft.
But now we live in a society where we've got touchscreen mobile phones. We're talking about
We have the world at our fingertips.
the not only the World Wide Web, we've got the Internet of Things. We've got Elon Musk going for his neuronet implants in the brain, so you can literally almost telepathically communicate with things. We've got what was the thing I mentioned to you? I asked you about earlier, Zach. It was
Describe it.
Not virtual reality, it's the other
Metaverse.
the metaverse. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So
You can
people
go shopping and stuff.
literally
in your
go
metaverse.
into the metaverse.
Yeah.
I think if there's been
Ready Player One.
I think if there's
Matrix.
Now, I don't want to get all kind of conspiracy theory or anything like that. As I say, I'll try and sit on and look at things analytically, but you do get the kind of feeling to a certain degree that humanity at this stage, or the Western world, the majority of human beings, because literally most people, I think, have got modern technology, even if it's just a mobile phone. It's almost like we've never been at a time in history where we would be as accepting now if first contact was revealed to us. If in the next 10 or 20 years, I'm not talking about a UFO or whatever landing in the middle of Hyde Park or landing on the lawn of the White House, but that if they in the know actually did say, well, actually we have had first contact.
Yeah.
I mean, if governments around the world had first contact at some point, or they do have first contact with anything, then they're not going to release that straight away. You don't want bad panic in the streets or whatever.
Because that would throw a lot into question.
Yeah, but you were going to probably wait for the right time, and especially
maybe if we have these kind of spatterings of sightings and things throughout history, maybe whatever's out there is revisiting and waiting for us to become
ready,
get to a point where they won't we won't attack them.
but again, we're kind of delving now. This is delving onto the edge of talking about aliens.
I think they come hand in hand to a certain extent.
They come in hand in hand, but let's drag it back a little bit and remind ourselves of the flat Earth. Okay.
Do we have to?
No. So the reason I mention that is because there are other theories, and in the flat Earth, it was inner terrestrials rather than extraterrestrials.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
people coming from a different continent beyond the ice wall.
And then there's the religious
Yeah.
perspective,
Yeah.
So
where we're the centre of everything.
Yeah. So rather than the hypothesis of there's other continents beyond the ice wall, but let's not forget there could be other answers to it, that they're not necessarily extraterrestrials, but it could be if there was a way for even the human race to be able to come from the future into the past.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if they're?
It could
what
be.
if it's just us from the
could
future?
be us from the future,
Yeah.
or it could be. I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are of parallel universes and
Well,
things like that. I don't know because I don't have any particular
Yeah.
views on these things. But your go-to is outer space, aliens from outer space. But let's not forget there could be another view, other aspect. If it was time travel, if it was,
Well, they could have been here with us the whole time and just never left.
yeah, could be that.
They've never left. They've just been hiding.
Well, it's interesting.
They're not
because-
from another planet. They're from this planet, but they're just.
I mean, there's again. I think you've got some more stuff to come.
I do.
So I've got some stuff myself, which is more modern, and you've seen films like The Abyss, where they're deep in the
Yeah.
trenches, deep in the sea, and things like that. So who knows? Who knows?
Or-
I think we've got to allow our minds not to think 100% space aliens.
There's that thing about, I don't want to jump too ahead because we're obviously going to do this for a podcast, but there is the theory that we are the aliens and the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs was actually our
Yeah,
spaceship that crashed, and we kind of,
the survivors,
yeah,
small patch of survivors, and then just gradually
exponentially grew and grew and
grew
grew.
and killed out the indigenous.
Yeah,
Maybe, who knows?
because we are so advanced than
Like us
everything
with
else.
the dodos.
Yeah.
We're so advanced than anything else on this planet. So.
Well, I was discussing this with Tina being my wife. Tina, we were off on a car journey, and in the car journey you have good chat. And I brought up when I was talking to you, Jack, about cavemen.
Yeah.
And how if you took a baby from, say, if somebody was 70,000 years ago and flint knapping, hand axes and arrow tips, etc. If you took a baby from that time and brought it up in our time, it would be just the same as us in intelligence. There's no reason for its intelligence not to be any different from ours. As much as if you took a baby from our time back to the Stone Age and it grew up there, it would learn to be a hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, it would
and
learn in that time.
To adapt to its time. And it's like going back just 200 years and thinking of somebody who would be all worried about witchcraft and everything and bringing them forward and giving them a mobile phone. They have got just as much capacity of learning how to use that tech,
Yeah.
but they just weren't living in the time when that tech was available.
If you find that sort of thing interesting, if I may recommend
Yeah,
a
go
book,
for
I recommend a book called 'Sapiens, which
Yeah.
is one of my favourite books of all time,
Yeah.
and it talks about us as humans and, as you say, about babies and how we're pretty useless as babies. We can't really survive too much as babies, but yeah, it goes into a lot more detail. But
No, that's one you've recommended, and I'm looking forward to reading. But again, going back to the caveman sitting there, or cavewoman, chipping away and flint knapping his arrowheads. Technically, the whole, all the materials that are required for making your mobile phone,
We're there.
the potential is there
yeah,
in that time period. All that's missing was the ingenuity and intelligence
to stick it all together.
put it all together.
Yeah.
So we've leapt forward now to the 21st century. We've got all this technology.
We are still living off the land.
We've
Or
got
have we been drip fed this technology from
Yeah.
outer species?
outer or inner space. Yeah.
Okay, we need to get back onto
Yeah,
UFOs.
yeah, but we are touching upon, from that last sighting that Zak came up about, we are touching upon an intelligence perhaps behind
Or definitely a sentence of some sort.
something.
Okay,
Right, hit us with the next one.
next sighting. This is from 1976.
Right, so we're coming up.
Jumped, yeah,
Yeah, bit of a jump.
over a decade now.
This is me as a kid
This
watching
is
Doctor Who. John Pertwee.
Seeing cigars in the sky.
Would it be John Pertwee or would it be Tom Baker?
Tom Baker. Tom Baker, I think.
Early Tom Baker, yeah.
Yep. Okay, Tehran.
Tehran. Right, you don't get a lot from the Middle East that I've heard of.
Tehran, 1976. The September 19th, 1976 incident in Tehran, Iran, started much like many others, with phone calls from concerned citizens reporting bright lights in the sky. An F-4 fighter jet was sent out to investigate, but as it neared the object, its instruments blacked out, forcing the pilot to return to base. A second F-4 took its place, and as it neared the unusual light, it achieved radar lock. But according to the pilot, the UFO released a glowing object, which the pilot assumed to be some sort of missile headed straight for him. As he prepared to fight back, the pilot experienced malfunctions in his instruments, and he witnessed another bright object released from the UFO that headed straight towards the ground. He safely returned to base despite the faulty equipment.
That's interesting, kind of correlates with the previous one about
and actually
technology
that was an area that we didn't discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to come back to that in a moment.
After the incident, Iran contacted the United States to aid them in the investigation. An unclassified memo by US Air Force Section Chief Lieutenant Colonel Mui detailed the events of the night. There are explanations for nearly all of them.
All right. Okay.
First, the bright light seen by civilians and possibly the pilots might have been Jupiter, which was visible in the sky that night. Second, as author Brian Dunning notes in his podcast Skeptoid, the second F-4 jet had a long history of electrical problems, meaning the instrumentation might have failed regardless of possible UFO interference. It also could explain the radar lock. It might simply have been a malfunction. The first F-4 reports Dunning was never turned in for maintenance following the incident, so there's no official indication that its instrumentation failed. And finally, as for the alien missiles, there was a meteor shower that night which could easily account for the sightings.
That all sounds
The Jupiter one sounds rubbish.
Rubbish,
How can it be Jupiter? Surely you'd send a plane. You can't send a plane up to look at Jupiter.
I've observed Jupiter so many times, and even it's the biggest gas giant in our solar system, and it just looks like a large star.
Exactly.
And it's so far away that you wouldn't fly towards it as a trained pilot. You're not going to go. Otherwise, you'd be flying after every single satellite that you see and things like that. No, it's Jupiter can take a run and jump.
That's interesting. I didn't really. Well, the Skeptoid, I forget his name, but the podcast that said that the F4 were known for being dodgy.
Brian Dunning.
Yeah. The chance of both planes, because they sent up two, so the chance of both of them being faulty is quite.
Yeah, that would be a huge coincidence. So you think,
and obviously both pilots have seen this bright light as well, because they wouldn't have gone up there either way.
And okay, so it's Jupiter. What the hell's shooting these bright lights?
It's the missiles.
I think we just completely.
Are they really meteors? I don't think so.
We just need to completely discount the.
I think that would sound to me, without any other evidence and just taking it on the cuff from what you've read.
Yeah.
If that was an official report, not just a made-up story. Okay, so we're talking about we are standing here believing that that's an incident that occurred.
Yeah.
I would immediately come to the point of saying something out of the ordinary happened.
Yes, definitely.
Something happened.
That's the only one that I can think that we've said so far, but perhaps a couple other ones that hasn't had a real explanation. They kind of just.
I think that if you're talking about trained Air Force pilots, they are trained for a reason.
Yeah.
You can't have them firing live rounds or anything at things just because they think they're under attack or locked on, because you could get civilian casualties. You could start a war.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to kind of
There's a certain discipline there.
Yeah, you've got to take it on good judgment that they.
But they don't make the decisions either. It's people on the ground that make the decisions.
They'd report it in.
Yeah.
But you did mention the previous one, and so I want to hark back to that because we didn't really talk about the fact that the engines in the cars and everything were affected. And that's a very interesting point because they put that down to perhaps ball lightning or atmospheric phenomenon, but there was no storms. Now, of course, you can have lightning storms or electrical storms without rain. We're so used to combining thunderstorms with
water.
Rain, but you can have electrical storms. But if you have an electrical storm, inevitably you get the discharge of electricity, and which is the light. Well, obviously the electricity is electricity, but you're seeing the light because light travels faster than sound, and then you're hearing the thunder afterwards.
Yeah.
In your report, you never mentioned anything about anybody reporting hearing any thunder or anything, and they did say that there was no storms that time. So
I'm not a mechanic or anything, but would it have the capability of taking out that many cars as just lightning? Because an engine run, I'm not sure, it's not connected to any outer electrical source or anything.
Right, so if we go back to the Carrington effect back in the late 1800s, that was a solar storm which hit the planet and knocked out all the telegraph at the time, burnt out wires, sent telegraph machines haywire. It was a very, very powerful electrical storm solar storm, should I say, of charged solar particles hitting the Earth.
Yeah.
And the sun is always belching out these bursts of energy.
Flares
And it's predicted that we're likely to get hit by a major one at any point. And to be honest with you, this is kind of a different subject, but if we were hit by a very high Carrington effect solar storm,
Or equivalent,
it would fry all electronic equipment
Oh
on the
no,
planet.
we'll lose the
It would-
podcast.
Yeah, it would, because it would take out ground-based power plants.
Everything.
Satellites would be zapped.
Unfortunately, listeners, you'd have to forgive us if that did happen.
Let's do a live show. And
Yeah, we'd basically be out there with wax tablets,
Yeah.
but only if you can have the skills to actually melt wax by making fire. So, listeners, do practice your firelighting skills just in case. But no, so a Carrington effect, a solar storm can create what we would refer to as an EMP.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's
Electrical magnetic
it's a
pulse. Yeah.
And that's the way Zak described the engines cutting out and things. Well, I can't see it being anything other than a kind of EMP.
Like a natural EMP.
Well, I don't know. I've not really heard of any natural EMPs that have occurred apart from the Carrington effect, which was a solar storm. And
That would have been planet-wide, though, wouldn't it?
well, I don't know if it was planet-wide. I'd have to go and research that. Carrington, it's named as Carrington effect because it was the chap Carrington who observed it in, I believe, the Americas, and so the Earth is only going to, as it turns on its axis, whether only one side of the planet is affected by a solar storm like that, or I don't know how it interferes with the Earth's own electrical field.
I mean, nowadays it would probably wipe out the planet because everything's all connected in one big network. So.
It would blast out all the satellites and everything.
Yeah.
That's a subject for another. We should do one on what if
World-ending events. There we
world
go.
end events.
Keep it light.
Yeah,
Apocalypse Now.
yeah. We'll do an apocalyptic podcast, and listeners, any suggestions, put them in the comments. But that effect and similar effect with those aircraft would be some kind of small EMP kind of effect.
Yeah, whether it's natural or intentional.
Intentional. But that's the only thing I can think of that would interfere with electronics or electrics. Would
Fair
be
enough.
something to do on those scales.
And that would feed into the whole F4 jets
Yeah.
going down as well. So
Yeah, that would surely cause such a malfunction on a plane that it possibly would.
I will say at this point, I'm not sure how many more stories there are, but they're all two more stories to go, but they're all very similar in terms of there's a through line between almost all of them, or kind of connective tissue between all of them.
Okay, all right. So, Zak, hit us with your next one.
Okay. Rendlesham Forest, 1980.
Rendlesham Forest. That sounds like it's UK.
In December 1980, US Air Force members stationed at
Again.
two British Royal Air
sorry.
Force bases, Woodbridge and Bentwaters, reported seeing strange colourful lights above Rendlesham Forest, about 100 miles northeast of London. One man who entered the forest to investigate claimed to have discovered some sort of spacecraft there. And the next day, others confirmed damage to nearby trees and a higher than normal level of radiation at that site.
And what year was this?
1980.
Several days later, more sightings were reported.
Ooh.
Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt recorded his observations on an audio tape as he watched the lights. And while not definitive proof, theorists consider this the strongest evidence of the events. But the UK's Ministry of Defence, which oversaw reports of UFO incidents until the early 2000s, didn't find any credible threat to the nation and didn't pursue investigations further. As at Roswell, UFO tourism is prevalent in Rendlesham Forest, and there's even an official Rendlesham UFO trail that visitors can hike, off of which sits a model of the reported spacecraft.
Looks like
There you
another
go.
outside
That's another.
podcast.
Add that to the list.
Yes, yes, Rendlesham Forest.
Right,
And
that's
Roswell.
1980. That was 1980 in the
Yes,
UK this
yes.
time.
Out of interest, what was the guy's name who recorded the audio thing? I'd just be interested to know if there was actually...
Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt. Halt.
Is that just Charles Holt?
Yeah.
So I've just looked up the audio files that were mentioned in that story. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt. So I just found this. I'm not sure if this is the actual one, but I'd assume it is. So we'll play a
Let's listen
short
to a bit.
clip of that.
150 feet or more from the initial, I should say, suspected impact point. Having a lift on it, can't get the light all to work. There seems to be some kind of mechanical problem. Let's send back another light. You can tell me what takes the readings with the gas cutter and chase around here a little bit, wait for another light on to come back in.
Okay.
It's very broken, but
It's very broken. So if that wasn't clear, it's
mentioned something about a mechanical.
it sounded like he was observing something that had possibly had a mechanical problem and it crashed
Yeah.
into the forest.
So it sounded like from what
Yeah.
we could decipher.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah.
obviously not just an individual, but
I love it when there's actual kind of solid
yeah.
proof, I should say.
Yeah.
Proof as in
Yeah.
quotations, because
I really want to visit there now.
Yeah.
Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah, well, can I jump in with one?
Yeah.
Because
Of course.
your ones have been tracking through the decades.
Yeah. I've
And
got
I-
one more after
Okay.
this.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to take it back slightly
Mm-hmm.
because when we discussed that we were going to do this podcast, I thought, okay, I want to look at ones, but I wanted to kind of steer clear of possibly those individuals that said, oh, I was driving down the road and my car cut out and then there was an alien spaceship landed in the field next to me and 2 aliens came out and they took me on board, probed me. And the next thing I do, I woke up and like 8 hours of my life had disappeared in a flash, because there's absolutely no way you can collaborate those kind of stories. I wanted something. I said, okay, what I'm going to look out for is something where, like we've been having in the as we've been progressing through the decades with Zak, where you've got multiple people.
It started off with
seeing
one
something.
one person,
person,
maybe
Yeah.
two,
making
but
a
now
report.
it's growing.
It's growing, and that's why I just wanted to jump in because
Yeah.
I want to take it back to April the 6th, 1966.
Okay.
But this time in Westall, which is in Melbourne, Australia.
A few days before my birthday.
I don't know if you had of the Westall incident.
No.
No,
Right.
I don't know. I
Well, the
recall.
Westall incident, they had a school teacher taking a class when a student came into the class saying, "Teacher, there's a flying saucer outside." So at this point, the terminology of flying saucer was something that was obviously everybody was familiar with. So he got all of his class of students to go outside into the playground,
Yeah.
and they all observed this flying disc
And the teacher.
and the teacher.
Oh.
But moreover, as it came out, over 200 people
Oh, blimey, in the area.
observed this
Wow.
in the area.
200 people.
200 people.
That's a lot of people.
The disc actually landed. There was an impression left on the grass
geez.
where it landed. And I've actually, I'll see if I can find it in a second. They've got a picture that I downloaded, which was a sketch made by somebody. I don't know if you can see this. So it's a circular imprint into the grass, and it's got 3 dots that separate imprints within the circle. But somebody drew this. But as I say, 200 people saw this flying saucer, observed it land and take off again, and the teacher asked his students to come back into the classroom and to draw what they'd just seen.
Yeah.
So they were all independently drawing stuff. And I watched a documentary where all these years later, they managed to find some of the students that were in that class, and as adults, asked them if they could sit in a room separate from each other and draw what they've seen.
Yeah.
And then compare the pictures all these years later.
What did they find?
Well, they all look
Ident-
almost identical.
Yeah.
They were flying saucer
Jeez.
with lights around it. Interesting point, though, is that at the time, the teacher had knocks at the door from the military saying, "You didn't see what you saw. What you saw was a high-tech weather balloon. It wasn't a UFO. You did not see that." And he said, "Yeah, but I did see that, and loads of other people saw it." And he was told that if he wanted to keep his job, it would be very simple for it to be said that he was drunk while he was on duty with the children,
Jeez.
and it would ruin his career.
Ruin him, yeah.
And and supposedly students had people knocking at the door, and these are young kids
Yeah.
knocking at the door, telling the kids you didn't see what you
It's
thought
like
you saw.
something out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, very much
But
so.
to this day, there has been no official government report
Yeah.
on that incident.
Wow.
But over 200 people did see it,
200 people.
Wow. Yeah.
and for me, that was telling.
That picture you've shown is
Yeah.
almost like your classic crop
Yeah,
circle, isn't it?
Crop circle, but it was an indentation that was left, and supposedly where it landed, within an hour, military had
Descended upon
descended
So it
upon
must
it,
have been-
cordoned off that area.
Yeah.
Nobody was allowed to go near it at all.
And where was this, Australia?
This is Melbourne, Australia.
Blimey.
A place called Westall.
Because I've never heard of that.
No, I've
No,
not heard that.
I hadn't heard that one. That's why it suddenly jumped out at me,
Yeah.
because of such a huge amount of people.
Did the
and all the
guy? Did he lose his job or?
No, he kept stum.
Kept quiet until now.
He's retired,
Okay.
and
You can't hurt me now.
he's retired, and of course, we go back kind of to what I was saying. It's in recent years, it's that sudden change of terms from UFO to UAP that kind of hints towards the gradual acceptance by governments that these things do exist, and that in a way they're preparing the general public for the acceptance
Yeah.
of being told the truth, in not the too distant future about where these things are from.
It's always like going way back to the beginning of this podcast when we were saying about how UFOs are just kind of that blanket term for like, oh, there's a UFO, it's a flying saucer. Now it's got more of like a official, in quotations, official name.
Yeah.
It feels more official.
You always felt that if there was a sighting, and especially if it was perhaps actual, not a natural phenomenon, but a phenomenon with, as I say, intelligence behind it, that the government, whichever, would jump on it, stamp on it, and make sure that anybody that knew about it would be closed down. Now, it seems like there's a complete change in policy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So if something were to come out, we wouldn't be as surprised as
Well,
we...
no, I don't think. I mean, if you took a straw poll now, if you went out and just asked anybody in the street, and you got your clipboard and you said, if the governments or whomever announced that they had first contact, would that concern you? I'll bet you 10 to 1 most people say, well, not really. Or, well, we probably could do with somebody else to run the country.
We've been
do
through
a far
worse.
better job than Boris and stuff.
Jeez.
Don't
Don't get too topical.
No, I'm not getting too topical, and I want to stay neutral on that point. But my point is that I don't think that the acceptance would be a bother.
Yeah.
I don't think people would be running for their pitchforks going, no.
I feel like things like religion would be hugely
And then you've got that other side where
questioned.
there'd be the huge amount of people that would go to worship them as gods.
Well, you always get that kind of thing depicted in kind of
Independence Day, when they're on top of the tower, going,
it's like,
"We love you, aliens,"
Yeah, I mean,
and then they get blasted.
well, to be honest with you, it wasn't. Recently, I went to see Brian Blessed on stage. Absolutely fantastic actor, absolutely brilliant bloke.
Hawkman, dive!
Gordon's alive!
Just picture him in his little tiny pants.
I tell you, he was awesome. If you get the chance to see Brian Blessed, but what I discovered about Brian Blessed, he describes himself as 50% actor, 50% adventurer, because obviously, as you probably well know, he's been up Everest. He did that without oxygen. He wore the traditional climbing gear.
Story
Oh
of it.
wow!
Yeah,
That's really cool.
He's somebody who
The story of him punching a polar bear is one of my favourites.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to ask him about that. I'll certainly go back and see him again. Maybe I can ask him that time. But Brian, if you hear this podcast, we'd love to get you on board. Come and do a podcast with us. Because when I was there and I was listening to Brian Blessed on stage, it turned out he's got a fascination in space. I was sitting there thinking, geez, you've got the same kind of ideas and outlooks that I have. And it was like Tina, my wife, was turning to me and saying, gee,
You get along.
you guys get on like a house on fire. But as he said that he felt we were at a juncture in humanity where we're still just babies,
Yeah.
but we need help. And he was saying that how he felt that what we need to do is to get onto the big space telescope. Name escapes me at the moment that's been put out.
Hubble?
No, not Hubble. It's the new radio telescope that's way out in space. Oh, I'll come back to that. But we should be beaming out a literal SOS
Yeah.
to say,
Help us.
come and help us.
Our planet is dying.
Well, no, it's not kind of our planet is dying as much as we've got to a stage in our growth. We need
Help to sustain ourselves.
to show us how to. Yeah,
What do we do now?
He was saying we are amazing. We are a fantastic race and wonderful creatures, but we kind of need a guiding hand
Yeah.
to help us because that's the stage we've got to. And I just thought that was a
We
fascinating.
can only hope they're friendly.
Yeah.
Well, that's a discussion I want to have in the alien one.
Yeah, we've touched on aliens.
I want to talk about that, but we're going back to the UFOs.
We've probed the aliens,
Okay.
but we've not quite.
Yeah, well,
Have you?
or they probed us. But yeah, so 200 people saw it. Absolutely cross-referenced all these sightings.
Certainly the
Boom.
biggest,
Westall, Melbourne, Australia. If you've not known about it, listeners, go look it up.
certainly the biggest pool of witnesses that we've had in any of these stories so far.
Yeah. And
Probably since as well.
Yeah. And so we've on to your last.
My last sighting.
It better be a good one. This better answer all of our questions.
Okay, it's only 3 paragraphs. So, final sighting. The Belgium Wave, 1989 to 1990.
Is that like a Mexican wave?
Well, let's find out. At the end of November 1989, citizens of Belgium reported seeing a large triangular UFO hovering in the sky. But beyond the visual sightings, no evidence was found of any UFO's existence. A few months later, in March 1990, new sightings of multiple objects were reported, confirmed by 2 military ground radar stations. 2 F-16 fighter jets were sent out to investigate the anomalies, and though the pilots could not see anything visually, they were able to lock onto their targets with radar. But the UFOs moved so fast that the pilots ended up losing them. Some 13,500 people are estimated to have witnessed the incident.
Okay.
Okay, so slightly bigger than 200. I thought it was doing well on 200.
Blown your story out of the
Damn, I've been this one-upmanship.
Making it one of the most widely experienced UFO sightings of the modern era. The Belgian Air Force had no logical explanation for the activity, but it acknowledged that an unknown activity had taken place in the air. The Belgians reached out to the UK's Ministry of Defence to investigate further, but once they determined that the incident was not a hostile or aggressive one, they stopped the investigation.
I was going to say maybe it was a huge advertising campaign by Toblerone. This big triangular shape, but that's not Belgian chocolate. That's Swiss. So,
Anyway, back to UFOs.
I think there was something like that actually about a Coca-Cola thing. There was I didn't go into too much detail, but there was a Coca-Cola campaign that was mistaken for an alien invasion.
In Belgium?
Well, we'll go into that on the alien episode.
Actually, I just remember the name. It was the James Webb Space Telescope.
Okay,
they recently sent up.
Okay.
It's meant to be looking right back in time to the most distant parts of the beginnings of the universe.
God.
So that's interesting, but yeah, SOS.
13,500
That's
people.
13,000.
That's a stadium full of people.
Yeah. What you did mention also in that was you mentioned about they contact the British government.
Yeah. Why have we got to deal with it?
Well, I'm collaborating. Maybe it's because we got, I don't know, your British military.
They didn't mention it had a Union Jack flying on top of it.
In fact, it seems to be quite a thing. Triangular shapes for
Yes.
Yeah, it's
UAPs.
that instance. Was it the singular triangular shape, or was it again kind of this V formation of things?
Yeah, well, going by the evidence that we've had previously, that's where my mind went to say that it was like a V formation.
Of 3 dots.
Yeah, and if it's anything like that one previously with the...
Although
one that we
I
said-
have seen footage of a triangular shape that's been videoed, whether it's pucker video or not, I don't know, but rather than 3 dots of light, it's been actually a triangular shape, so who knows. But that's a huge amount of people. And interestingly enough, you mentioned about the British government, as I say, and I went on to, and you can do this as well, listeners, you just go on to the britishgov.org website, which is the official British government website. You can actually download documents for UFO sightings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Blimey.
We can put a link in the description.
Because I downloaded a PDF. It was the latest one on there, which was 2009. So I assume there is a sort of lead time in these things before they're released.
I think
So
there is
they
something
kind
to do
of-
with classified files have to be...
classified file.
They can only be classified for a certain amount
But
of time.
I downloaded it from the official government website onto my phone.
Have you had a knock at the door yet?
Not yet. Not yet, but 40 pages
40.
Bloody hell.
of just sightings in 2009.
And that's just in the UK.
Both from public and from members of the military, etc. in the UK. A real interesting one. I'll show it to you later.
Yeah.
You could just keep going through.
Go down a rabbit hole.
Well, that's just a testament to the fact that it would seem, from what we have discovered during this episode, UFOs do exist.
Yeah, I've got no doubt.
Yeah,
UFOs
yeah.
exist, but what they are is that's the
Yeah,
It does
it's
feel like we're on
defining it.
we're on the
Defining.
cusp of something, doesn't it? It feels like with the whole renaming,
the renaming,
how these government files are starting to come out.
They're releasing official video
Yeah.
of military jet fighters being engaged. In fact, shall I bring it right up to up to date?
It's like
Yeah.
as Brian Blessed said when he said about the fact that we're on a juncture. It feels like we are
Yeah,
getting to the point now where it's
yeah,
possibly
possibly
going to be a big announcement.
Yeah. So with the particular one, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
Okay, you
engagements.
mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
I do like a tic tac.
I do like a Tic Tac. Yeah. Whenever we're filming, Jack has always got Tic Tacs.
They're very nice.
We always
Can't go
rely
wrong
on
with
Jack
Tic Tac.
bringing Tic Tacs onto the film set. So in November the 14th, 2004, and I think this information was released in 2017, officially released. But November 14th, 2004, in the Pacific Ocean, Tic Tac video was taken from a US Navy fighter jet. Now, that fighter jet had flown out from a nuclear aircraft carrier, the USS Nimzit, and that was accompanied by the USS missile cruiser Princeton. And not only did the initial fighter pilots spot these, and it wasn't just one, but these Tic Tac unidentified objects, but also they were picked up on the radar of the ships as well. Radar operators spotted it. And it says that about 2 p.m., two FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jets from the Nimzit received an unusual order from an operations officer aboard the Princeton. They were already airborne, and the pilots they were told to stop their training manoeuvres and proceed to new coordinates for a real-world task. That's all they were told. The Princeton's highly advanced radar had picked up mysterious objects from over the course of several days, and the Navy called them anomalous aerial vehicles. That was where we get the AAV from.
Okay. That was the first time that was coined as that.
I assume so.
Yeah.
A term that the military has preferred to use for unidentified flying objects instead of using the normal term of UFOs, which has been tainted by the association with flying saucers and little green men.
Yeah, which is what we've discussed. Yeah.
And the report also said, and countless crackpots, which I loved.
Savage.
A bit savage. So, according to Kevin Day, the Princeton senior radar operator at the time, his screen showed over 100 AAVs over the course of a week. He said, these are his words, watching them on the display was like watching snow fall from the sky. Two fighters were diverted to intercept one of the strange objects. When they first arrived on the scene, the pilots didn't see any flying objects, but they did observe what the lead pilot, Commander David Fravor, later referred to as a disturbance in the ocean. The water was churning with white waves breaking over what looked like a large object under the surface. That's interesting. They then noticed one of the objects flying about 50 feet above the water. Fravor, the commander of the elite Black Aces Squadron, who was a Top Gun program graduate with more than 16 years flying experience, described it as about 40 feet long, shaped like a Tic Tac candy, and with no obvious means of propulsion. And these are his words, it's white, it has no wings, it has no rotors. I go, holy shit, what is that? Yeah. Even odder were its swift and erratic movements, which Fravor described as something he had never seen in his life. This is again his words, this thing would go from one way to another, similar to as if you were throwing a ping pong ball against the wall.
So very unnatural movements
Very
again.
unnatural, and I want to come to that for a personal experience I had in that myself in a moment when I finish this. But anyway, just to finish this one off, as the Tic Tac accelerated into the distance, according to Day, Navy jets began launching off the carrier to try and intercept the other mysterious objects the Princeton's radar was tracking. And while Fravor wasn't able to capture the encounter on video, one of the pilots who took off after he landed was able to track it down. He managed to capture video of the Tic Tac using a highly sensitive infrared camera.
Yeah, we saw a clip from that, didn't we?
We did, and we had a look at that before we came into the studio.
Yes.
And that was quite amazing.
Fast. I was surprised how fast it was.
It was. I mean, some people have suggested that perhaps that disturbance underwater could have been another country's submarine, and it was sending off drones of some high-tech drones.
Maybe.
So that's speculative.
Yeah.
But if so, for them to be so high-tech and to be able to, I've heard it described as moving at like a hypersonic speed,
Yeah.
then stopping and changing direction.
It's interesting.
like,
He
in
says
an
like,
instant.
there's no actual. Like, you can't see any propulsion on it, so it can't be like a drone that has rotors or anything on it,
well,
because
that's right. He said they couldn't see any visible
exactly.
sort of propulsion, and that brought back, and I mentioned it earlier, a memory from when I was probably about 12 to 13. In the early 80s, and funny story behind this as well, because when I was at school, I was just starting secondary school, or I'd started secondary school, and the teacher wanted us all to do a project on something that we were passionate about. And so because I'd seen and observed different things, I kept a little notebook with all my observations in.
Oh, wow.
And I remember at school I presented that project with all my observations in.
Do you still have the book? Can we look through it?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great. Follow up.
I know I have got some of my old school stuff that I didn't dump that might be up in the attic, so who knows, it might still reside there. But I do have a clear image of my mind where I'd drawn pictures of that one I described earlier of the cigar-shaped object going behind the clouds and things, which in later life, as I say, that was probably just a plane. However, the thing that got me about that project was really annoying, because the teacher put a big red X through it in red writing saying, "Did you report any of this?" I mean, who the hell do I report it to? I can't ring up the police.
You're a teenager.
I'm just a kid. And when I spoke to him in class, or more, rather, he spoke to me. He said, "Well, if you didn't report it, then you've made it all up." So thanks. I felt really...
It's not that they teach you where to report these things in class, do they?
Those hours of effort.
And I felt really flat. And I never forgot that. And anyway, but the thing was, I know that one of the observations, probably the last observation I had in that, was when my parents were out for the evening, and I'm assuming it was winter time because it was dark. It was evening time and dark, so it couldn't have been summer, because we're in summer at the moment. It doesn't get dark till very, very late. And my parents had been out, and they came home. My mum came in to get me and said there was something outside. Come and look at this. And they knew I was an avid astronomer, because they bought me my first telescope for observing things. And I went outside. I looked up, and if you can imagine a completely dark night sky with all the constellations out, initially I just kind of zoom in and sort of, what am I looking at? And then this thing just zoomed across the sky, straight across the sky, at an incredible speed. So at that distance, it must have been covering a huge distance itself. You would initially think, "Oh, I've just seen a shooting star," but shooting stars burn up in the atmosphere and
disappear,
and it stopped.
Oh, stop dead.
So when my eye caught it, it was obviously standing still at the time.
Yeah,
and then it zoomed across the sky at probably that described hypersonic speed, stopped, which meant I could keep my eye on it, and then it zoomed off at an angle, going upwards, higher towards the zenith, stopped, came straight down across the sky towards the horizon, but not as low as the horizon, and then just, again, paused for a moment, and then flew off again in a dead straight line and disappeared, never to be seen again.
It's again that unnatural movement.
It was completely unnatural. Never seen anything like that. Never seen anything like that since. Both my parents were there at the time, and I could only describe it as being it would have blended in with the rest of the stars in the sky. It's a pinpoint of light.
So if you just briefly glanced up and it was standing still, you just think it was a star.
Yeah, and I've seen plenty of satellites coming over. Yeah, they track over nice and slowly. We've seen the new Elon Musk Starlink satellite chain coming over.
Yeah,
and none of those emit their own light. They're just reflecting sunlight off them when you see them.
None of them would move that erratically either.
So for something like that, I'm assuming it was either reflecting light off its body, hence why you could see it. I can't say that it was shining in any other noticeable colour difference or blinking. It certainly wasn't blinking. It was just like this point of light which zipped, and then it was gone. So that, when I read about the release of the Tic Tac incident, I thought, well, I observed that way back in the early 80s, another object doing a similar thing.
Yeah.
So for me, that makes me totally convinced that these phenomena are something, and when it moves like that, that there is some kind of
Yeah.
intelligence or some kind of
There's a
Motivation.
motive, there's
Yeah.
a drive
it's-
behind it.
that
Sentience,
couldn't
yeah.
have been just some random atmospheric
Anomaly.
Yeah.
natural nature type produced
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. So so that was my own personal sighting of a tic tac, if you want to call it that. But yeah. So
Oh, wow.
In conclusion,
in conclusion,
UFOs, they exist.
so what do you think, Jack?
I'm more convinced now, especially that there might be sentience behind these UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call it, than I was before I came into the studio today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're. We'll leave that to the discussion on aliens of where these.
But I
are
think
being
it's that kind of theme between all of the stories that we've heard today. Like they've all got similar connective tissue that kind of they all have similar kind of reports or movements or
And
lights.
they seem to have gone from the original report in 1947 of one guy in his plane, nobody else has viewed it, no
Yeah.
photographs, through to ones where you've got literally
Yeah.
not hundreds but
Thousands.
thousands of
If they were
people
all
seeing
wildly different, then I would be like, oh, okay, some of these might be made up. But the fact that they're all very similar stories.
I think it's fair to say that there is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, something.
Yes.
there. And it's just could be coincidental, but it feels as if the way that the authorities, the governments are trying to be more eased up about it, have a task force now in the States and let this information out readily. I don't know.
Could we be on the cusp of actually learning
Maybe will
or
they say
admitting that there's something out there?
what, you know?
But that's the thing. When something is identified, it is no longer a UFO.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It would be, for instance, the alien spaceship.
So
Yeah.
I think we'll leave it to our alien section
Yes.
to maybe delve into whether we think that these are
I'm going to ancient aliens as well.
ancient
actually.
aliens.
Yeah.
And see whether we think that perhaps moving on from the UFOs themselves as a phenomenon, if there is an intelligence behind them, what is that intelligence? Could there possibly be extraterrestrial intelligence?
Is it a threat or is
a
it
threat?
safe?
Is it? Does it mean war? Does it mean exploration? Who knows?
Hmm.
But we're looking into that. And of course, listeners, if you've got any examples of experiences that you've had, we'd love to hear about those. You can leave them in the comments below, or if you want, if you go to the Zak Wylde Productions website, you can pick up the Zak Wylde Productions email address and send your stories in via email if it's easier for you. And we're more than happy to bring those up in a further episode and dedicate it to you and read your stories out. And we want that feedback. We want to find out all these things. We want to learn.
Yes. And if there are any stories that are similar to the ones we've heard today, possibly flying lights in the sky.
The interesting comparison.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If they feed into that similar theme.
So I think that leads us on to
Our famous
episode,
segment
yes.
that we're becoming quite fond of on the Now We Know show. So this is the Now We Know flashback, which is a segment of the show where we look back at any developments that have been on any previous episodes.
Yep.
Obviously with the Now We Know show, so we open up conversations about certain
that's what it's about.
subjects and we learn about them. So any developments that we'll look into on the Now We Know flashback. So recently on the show we had a special guest, Mickey Bolden,
Yes,
Yep.
our paranormal investigator.
Yes.
Good episode.
talk about what is a ghost.
Yep.
And he told lots of stories. As you've listened to that episode, you'll know that there's so many stories to get your teeth
If you
into.
haven't listened to it, go and listen to it.
Yes, definitely. But since then, we've had another kind of mini event or possible account of,
Yeah.
Was it
of
more
paranormal
than-
activity.
Okay.
So Mickey writes, he messaged me after the show. He said, I completely forgot to share this with you. I had made contact through the Ouija board with a child, and half an hour later, when I went upstairs, I found this imprint in the carpet.
Oh, wow.
It was a couple of years ago now. So I've got a picture.
I just sort of thinking of the imprint of a whole child.
So there we
Oh
are.
gosh.
It's a hand.
So what we're looking at, listeners, is Jack showing us a photograph that Mickey has obviously sent over, and it's literally like a hand has been pressed into a big shag pile carpet.
There is a second picture with the
Oh yeah, so Mickey's got his,
full-size hand next
he's
to
got
it.
his full adult hand
That
against
does
it.
resemble a thumb, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That curve.
It's like a left hand, possibly, yeah.
Yeah, left
Yeah.
hand of a small child. That's,
So
that's
how
really
weird.
weird.
That's
There we
freaky.
are.
So there you go, listeners.
We dig
well,
deeper
thanks
into
for
that.
sending that in, Mickey.
It'd be great to do a follow-up episode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when we get you back in for our next paranormal episode, then
Discuss that in further
you
detail.
can tell us all about that. Brilliant.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
So that's our big UFO goodbye from Buzz.
That's a massive UAP goodbye from Jack.
And a saucy goodbye from Zach.
Goodbye, all.
Goodbye.
Now we know
No
show.
show. Now we know show in UFOs.
UFOs.